Fixerbot says.
Welcome. Stream starts in 5 minutes.
Right, you couldn't hear me, sorry. So, we'll have to see what stuff works still. This is connected to OBS and to the bridge. And... I should be able to
0
show
by
the camera here.
4976616E says. And now I use 2FA in critical accounts as well.
Yeah.
Fixerbot says.
Right, that's
T minus
great.
4 minutes.
So we'll have that countdown for a bit. I'll just go to studio mode here and see if I can get the camera back. I don't know why the button on my phone didn't work right now. So let me try it again. No? So I'll just do it manually. So this one is supposed to be on. And then we toggle the camera on again. We'll see if it works, otherwise I'll restart it. I'm thinking that the Windows has the resource locked to the crash program. But if it's disconnected, it will hopefully work. So let's just turn it off. So let's cancel that. I think that was for the password. Why are these selected? I don't know. So I have a lot of things up here. So my memory kind of run out, I think. So I'm going to start the camera again. And I think I set it to turned off autofocus. It's manual focus. We'll see. Right, there we have camera. Meaning I should probably not have to adjust it. Let's see, turning off studio mode. I'm going to the big camera and I'm previewing it. Let's just see. So previewing it to my first. Yeah, so I'm still kind of focused. I'm not more clear on this. Well, that's fine because this is a preview. So preview to the screen where you switch to. Yeah, so now every time when I start a camera, I used to have to half click the, take a picture button on the camera to make it focus. And now I just set it manually with a ring, because this is a DSLR, so
0 by 4976616E says. Let's watch ads. Even I do not like ads. Smile, smile.
Yeah, and it's odd that it says it at the end too. Because I have this message at the start there.
Fixerbot says.
Run some ads.
Stream about
while
to
setting
start.
stuff up.
1 minute left.
Yeah, so let's actually let's get some tabs out of here. So I'm cleaning up some tabs. I have lots of interesting stuff. So I was looking at YouTube's API. So this is streaming, but let's make it temporary folder. Let's there YouTube API, because I don't want to manually. That's why it took such time to start it again, because I had to type the
0
title
by
of the YouTube stream and the
4976616E
Twitch
says.
stream.
Are using Google Cloud? You?
No, I'm going to access YouTube here. So I'm going to access my aim is to automatically create the streams from OBS or from StreamerBots. So I click a button instead of clicking start stream on on OBS that I do now. I can just click it on button on my phone, start streaming, and it will set everything up. And maybe it'll ask me for the title, so I get one question instead of a million of them. So I had to set it in several places now before restarting stream, which is very annoying. Yeah, so it wants the password.
We use it at work and deploy all our services in Google Cloud. Smile, smile.
I have also for checking my calendar and stuff, I have this Python assistant that I can ask it like what's up today or something, you know, different things. It's not AI, because I got annoyed at the AI, and also it wasn't free anymore. So I was like, ifs are good enough. Is this word in there, and is this word in there? Then, you know, and also checking the weather and all of the things that I might, you know, I'll have to continue on that project. I think it's public though. It's
I do not like the word AI. It's just a buzzword now, but not the real AI.
Exactly. So it's, let's say that AI, the word AI, because I've felt that way too, but now I'm starting to think that the word AI has actually changed meaning. So if kids now were to look at old movies about AI, they were like, but this is not AI, this is something else. They wouldn't recognize it, you know? Because AI now, it means LLMs. It's not really AI anymore. So what we've done is like changing the meaning of the word. So anyway, this one will go into the YouTube API here. And then I have API, YouTube. These I think are for the YouTube API too. There are probably more that I didn't sort. And then I just start for their Discord. I found it. And I was already in there, apparently. And this is their web page. So I don't have to have a million of them up. So that's where I found the Discord, I think. Here's if you want to register and get some kind of certificate that you listened to this training, you know, went through it. Then you can, while it's there running, you can register here. And I did send the link before. I can send it again. Let's do both chats again, because this is on YouTube. We're now on a separate stream with a total separate URL and everything. It's so annoying that you can't reconnect.
YouTube message from Fixit42 Live. Web link.
So
0x49766616E says, is it the Swedish time zone?
In Sweden time zone it starts at 18, so those were American times, I guess. So they're scheduled for free training, so there will be other things. That's a very annoying things. Game of Thrones, what crap is that? Then there's some kind of summit, and then, well, they have stuff. It's not
Good.
all blue team.
It's not my working hours. I'll check it out.
Yeah, great. So, an advanced endpoint investigation might be interesting. Linus disk forensics. I would like to look more into forensics, definitely. Also from the pen testing red team
Thank you for sharing it.
So then you can, you know, learn what not to do. And also we need to, if we are going to help a company and do a pen test, and then you have to say how they should fix the problem too, right? You can't just say, oh, this is a problem, this is a problem, this is a problem. You have to help them to how they should fix it too. And if we don't know the blue side, we can't do that, right? So you have to know all the things. So lots of free stuff here. But it's also like, let's see. So this summit here, it is like the like main talk thing is free, but there are a lot of like courses you can go at the same time that are paid. And these are also all pay what you can. So if you want to pay for this, you can pay for this. So it says they're free to $575, and I definitely can't pay $575, you know. I don't really have much of an income at all. So it's free, and this is not free.
A lot
so it
of
says
money.
here. Yeah, so it says here when it's not free. This is not free, not free, not free. They're all so these are just I could never join those. But there are a few free ones. Here's a free one again. So I don't know. Get an epic cyber education for free almost. Okay. So we can just look at YouTube too, you know. Let's actually check. I was going to do that. I'm currently saving memory too. So this updated. Maybe I should activate a limit on my tabs. So my current did I have a limit set? So I'll have to look at this later. I don't think I have it activated at all. I had before so I could see how many tabs I have open. I can have like 300 tabs open easily, being like 50 of them being YouTube, and they take a lot of memory. And then you open a VM or OBS and it's just well actually it rarely crashes if I don't have this up. So Discord is a big bad guy. Okay, so I got a reply here on my question about the VM, and they said we are working on improving it. So lab scripts. Okay, let's look at this one too. Even another tab. Yeah, so this is the command that I saw when I searched. So this seems to just disable Hyper-V even more than it's already disabled. I don't have it, you know. So yeah, I saw these. Memory integrity. We're supposed to turn it off. Yeah, like we run a script. I want to know everything so I can set it back, you know, check what the values are first. But this is like what we looked at before, in a format of a comment in this Discord. So I'm closing Discord now, so hopefully let's see, where is it? I almost closed OBS instead, so I'll say thanks to them later when it starts 18 again there. But my youngest 14th birthday is today, so I'll probably not stream, you know, that long, or even be at my computer, so I'll have to catch up again. This is also 2 days ago, So I should get started and continue. But let's first just... this is one person that they told you, check these videos.
Congrats.
Yeah, thanks. So I've had two kids for 40 years. But he was like 9 months in my tummy before, so I felt I still had him then, right? So let's do anti-siphon. And we will put
Happy
all of
birthday
these
to
in here.
him.
Thank you. I will tell him. We have more catalogs. We don't need all of these. This is the stream for the second one, and I have it up in YouTube. I think it's the same. This is that incident response summit that you can... this is free and this is paid. So all 16 hours of that's 5,700 Swedish crowns. That's a lot of money. So these are... yes, so this was another training. So we can have them up actually. It's not... and this is a later lab. Because I was watching that live. This is also a labs. We don't need to have them up a million times. So I'm not going to go through all of these. I'm assuming that all of these up until here are related to this. And I can check them out later. Yes, 26 tabs. So now we're like down on 3 tabs. And my TTS is alone in its window. So TTS, we have OBS, we can close actually. Paint.net is not the best thing to have open because it kinda takes more memory than what I started using now instead for making screenshots. I had it installed already, but I updated it, ShareX. So now I can just press F4 and I can screenshot something here. Let's do it again. Let's say that I wanted this bit, so I can just paste it in my notes with Ctrl V and it's all done. And I removed the sounds too because it was very annoying with the sounds. Yeah, so we have the latest lab up. No, this was not the lab. This is the settings. So let's copy this link to... I even closed my Obsidian down because I got like memory before I started stream again there. So I'm like totally off. Yeah, I put something on acronyms here. So this one died. Power out. So now let's see here. We have debugging the VM there. So if I do that later, I will probably... So what we were just doing was looking at this lab, and it was just doing Hashcat, and I've used Hashcat lots of times, so I don't really feel like I have to do that at all. But let's finish the video. I think I'll actually start this, and while it runs, I'll do a quick bathroom break.
I feel like I want to make some sort of unofficial rule. You can't talk about burritos or coffee in the chat. It just messes me up. I'm like, I'm out.
So
no one would listen to me, I suppose. But
I'll be right
in any case,
back.
lab for password cracking. Let's do this together, and then we're not far from the burrito hour. Once again, we're on the home stretch. You guys are out. No, tacos. Now you just completely ruined it. You're on your own. Ryan, take over. I'm out. All right. See how fast we can get through this. No. Let's check. Let's check. Make sure we're still good in the realm of AV disabled. Sweet. Defender is not going to interfere. Let's do a command prompt together. Admin will cd/tools/tab complete for Hashcat. Let's just make sure Hashcat, could not find. That's good. Whoops. CLS to clear screen because Control L doesn't work. Now, if you do tab completion, you'll notice there are about a gazillion hashcat files in here. So what I want is 64.exe, and if I'm going to pipe this to more and then match the key. Oh, I always forget. That doesn't work. Stop it. Help. Pipe to more. This is super useful. Super useful. Invoking help for hashcat really has the vast majority of things you want to know. The attack mode, the hash type. If you keep going, you can see, remember the 0 for MD5. You can, of course, search for NT, etc., etc. This is just really useful. And I think I have it up here. Stand by. This is pretty slick as well. Lots of cool stuff on the hashcat.net website, wiki, tools. Now, Hashcat is not the only thing that they have available. You can dig into understanding this deeper, wider, rules, rule-based, etc., etc. You could spend a lot of time playing with this tool. And like I said, it's a fantastic reason to write off a brand new 4000 series GT. CLS, clear my screen. And this should be straightforward if all goes according to plan. That it is important to note, I mentioned it already, that we've kind of hamstrung this to make it run in your virtualized, nested virtualization environment with not a lot of resource. So we've staged this. And again, real life, the GPU integration, it will go so far if your GPU supports it. It will actually do temperature monitoring. And so somebody, I think, dropped in a Wise image into Discord with their computer melting down or their CPU melting down. That's a real thing. I mean, obviously, this is going to maximize the available system resources. You can control that. You can control that very granularly. And once again, you can actually integrate it with if your GPU supports it, so that it will shut off, it will discontinue guessing if the temperature gets too high, too hot. Heat is obviously the enemy of your CPU, GPU for sure. So that's it. You see the representation of the hash. You see some passwords. Looks like that worked pretty well. Pretty quick and easy. Should now have a plot file that records those in particular. If you wanted to crack those same hashes again for some unknown reason, you'd want to clear plot file. The same should basically hold true. CLS clear screen, copy paste command. Everything is the same here. We're feeding a different list of hashes, obviously, and then we are defining a different hash type with the tag M0 specifically for MD5. You will get some inputs, information about your hardware system, your OpenCL drivers, emulated GPU, all that fun stuff. Again, I wouldn't pay a ton of attention to that within the virtualized environment. And we'll let this thing for just a minute. Maybe longer than just a minute. Yeah, it is. While we're waiting, it is worth talking a little bit about the hash values here and why we chose them. Obviously, NT hash is ubiquitous from a Windows. Obviously, I should say that. Sorry. NT hash is the representation of the password on your Windows systems. It is available in multiple places throughout your typical Windows device, memory, registry, SAM file. If you're on a domain controller in Active Directory environment, it's stored in ntds.dit on the domain controllers. All of those files should be somewhat difficult to get to in theory. Should be in use. Should require administrative privileges as a general rule. They are not salted. We'll talk a little bit more about that at some point related to Linux passwords, but. Yeah, they're not great. They're long in the tooth. NT hash is MD4 based. MD5 is a reasonably common password representation mechanism for some applications and web servers, embedded configuration files, database. Yeah, they're not ideal. There are definitely better password implementations. And clearly, we staged this to a certain extent. You don't want to use these passwords. Peanuts. Love 123, but you get the idea. Really, just to expose you to the tooling, the process, and to reinforce and encourage the idea that password length and complexity is obviously important. It is really important that you recall that this is a post-exploitation kind of a thing. Hopefully we implemented app locker, application allow listing, and the threat actors never got this far. Because obviously to crack a hash, you have to obtain the hash, which means you gain some sort of access to a system as a general rule, and hopefully we stop them long before that occurs. But worth noting that this is here and the utility thereof. Stand by. Okay. There we go. Where's my slide deck? My slide deck vanished. Oh, there it is. Okay. So we're just about done for today. The regular scheduled content, we're shooting for, I'm shooting for about 3:30 so that we have an extra 30 minutes or so for you to follow up on something, you to be here with tech support available should you want to circle back to testing, trying, working on a lab, and or for some Q&A. Before we jump into sort of the extracurriculars and or Q&A, remember, obviously, tomorrow's a brand new day. Tomorrow we're going to do a little less talking, a little more labbing. As a general rule, that makes us happy. We have 4 labs tomorrow.
I'm
We're going to start right out of the gate with a password spray lab. We'll recap a little bit, catch up based on what we talked about, just a little bit of a refresher. We'll jump right into a lab and continue our adventure in analyzing the 11 things that we're after. Today, primarily talked about, obviously, how we formulated this training session, trying to give some validity to how we developed this.
So I thought
Additionally,
a bit
went into some exposés on...
I thought they had done more than they have done. When I looked at this, so I'll just quickly. I hope the reading speed or the playback speed is okay, because I think I put it just on 2, right? Yeah. So I would usually run it quicker, but I thought that.
Make sure that we're ready to go. We're gonna move to the hashcat directory. We're going to then use this particular rule and the command. Sorry, we're gonna execute hashcat. We're going to define the attack type. We're going to define the hash value. We're going to do a straight attack here. This is this is the one thing that if you've used some others, like if you use John is super simple, super easy. When we're using Hashcat, we actually have to test your effort.
Yeah,
Yes,
so I was going for when he
Hashcat
spoke
code, which
about...
provided for you, which you don't necessarily have to use in general, but it's pretty cool. We're going to feed it a list of hashes, and then we're going to feed it a dictionary list of words, and we're going to let it rip. And obviously we staged this to work relatively quickly for you, but you should pretty quickly find that Hashcat can crack your password. What do you mean by
It's
cracking the
okay,
password?
but I am still not comfortable sometimes with 2x English smile smile.
Okay. Yeah, the problem is that when you present something like this for people live, then you tend to speak very slowly and a lot of pauses between the words, right? So I'm sorry, I can do the next one slower. So we have day 2. It's a lot of random talk about lots of things, and there are lots of good links, but I think I have it already, so I might not though. So let's check this one.
And then we can start the webcast.
Not problem, if it is okay for you.
Webinar.
So they're just starting here.
Hello.
So I have
Welcome
DNS
in,
is
everybody.
increasing speed, and I can hop
Live.
straight to
Live.
2.5.
Good morning, everyone.
Back to day 2 of getting started in security with BHIS
But
and MITRE
this
attack with
one,
our awesome instructor Patterson Cake.
yeah. So
came back.
they
Yay.
started.
They're coming back. They're coming back.
So it's just like a random
This is
chat
a good thing.
for a
Absolutely.
bit.
People are rolling in. Welcome. We started a little early. Awesome
So
if you could give us the lottery numbers.
yeah, so I'm hopping forward a bit.
Even I can't get the lottery numbers right, so.
Yeah. Dang it.
Well, actually, I
you
haven't
imagine?
seen this
Jerry is not
bit.
doing
They
a
might
talk.
be like giving us good links. So let's actually listen
And
to.
then we can start the
To all of it.
webcast.
And you'll
Webinar.
tell me if it's too quick, okay? I think the chatting bit is a bit quicker, so I lower
Welcome in,
it.
everybody.
Yeah, we live.
We live.
Good morning,
Welcome
everyone.
back to day 2 of getting started in security with BHIS and MITRE attack with our awesome instructor Patterson Cake.
You came back.
Yes, they're coming back. They're coming back.
This is a good thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
People are rolling in.
And
Welcome,
there's
welcome.
apparently
We started a little
soon
early
it's
just in
streamed
case
on
people have some
LinkedIn too,
questions that you
on
may need
YouTube
help
and on
with.
Twitch.
Yeah, so don't panic.
Yes,
We
we're
still
not
got
starting.
8 minutes.
Yes, we're not starting
Maybe-
the actual
I think
class
they
until
had
the top of
on
the hour. So happy time zone to
Window
everyone
two,
who's joining
even.
us.
So
I like that link from
restream
GFS about the
apparently.
Wireshark week free training and badge from LinkedIn.
Oh, it's nice.
That'd be a good
Yeah,
one to keep
that's
hold
the
of.
link I had there for Wireshark. Yes, I
It's a
probably
specific
saw
date.
this.
Yeah, June 14th. So that's what
Next week.
Well, next week is our summit, so they can't go to that. They have to come to our summit.
We can go to it after the summit or before the summit, depending on the time zone.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've
Okay,
seen this.
You're correct, but
Um,
you know it's a prerequisite that if you take this, you have to come to our summit too. So
I
it's
hopped
free.
back
It's
the
when
law.
it was
It's
like
the
a
law.
lab time, I think, and saw the start.
guys,
So
And
He is doing an anti-cast for us tomorrow.
I'm hopping
Yeah,
to
How
the
about that
start
segue?
of the
What they're thinking.
actual lecture.
I think that Jerry is a rock star every day.
And lots of images in.
I think
in
in the world
Discord.
of cybersecurity, he is a rock
You
star.
see these.
And Patterson is well on his way to
links
becoming a rock
everywhere.
star.
Especially now
After
that
this
he's
week's class, you're going to be certified rock star instructor, just so you know.
nice. Now that he's
links
left
to
that training
their
ground to become one of us.
Yes.
training,
All right, well, we're at the top of the hour, so we're going to go off camera,
Discord
have a good class, but we'll be here
attachment.
supporting you in the background, Patterson.
Counting on it.
All
Counting
right.
on it. Be good.
Yeah, so.
Turn me over to the wolves.
And then you tell me about the speed, okay?
All right.
If it's too quick,
You ready?
tell me.
You ready? You ready? Nice. Hey, welcome back.
It's
Day 2. We
1.7.
survived day 1. And I'm not alone this morning. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Another fun-filled day of content and labs, learning and joy. Thanks again
It's
to all the
okay.
support folk, to
Okay,
Ryan and Yuri and
great.
Brian, Megan,
And
and
just
the,
tell me if you.
the folks manning
if
the tech
it
support
speeds up
channel.
or
And again,
something.
in all seriousness, I can't imagine being here without them, without all of their support and help. So super, super, super grateful for all that. It makes this work, makes it a success. Thank you all again for being with us yesterday. Thank you for, I know some of you arm wrestled with the pain and anguish of virtual machine, downloading configuration, and nested virtualization. And oh boy, day one's always a bit challenging on that front. Welcome to IT, InfoSec, etc. So thank you for plowing
So,
through that again. The
I'm
tech support
starting
folk
a
are
new
amazing.
note here.
There were a couple gazillion messages
What
going
do
by
you do?
yesterday, and I'm so thankful that they were there paying attention and responding. Thank you for your engagement, for your Q&A, for your positivity. Again, it just makes this so much fun.
Okay,
So
Miter.
let's talk a little bit about yesterday, then we'll talk a little bit about today and what we can expect, what's coming next, and we'll plow ahead. Yesterday
So I'll actually.
we set the stage for this week, and
F4?
we basically began our adventure together, saying, here's why we're here, here's what we intend to cover. These
Well,
11
okay.
things we've sort of distilled years and years and hours and hundreds of engagements, pen test, red team, OffSec, incident
Easy
response, and
paste.
we tried to cull our experience and basically refine the gold and then turn around and hand it to you succinctly, tactically, pragmatically, so that you can take what we have learned, even at an introductory level to cybersecurity, and apply it in your career, in your environment, in your enterprise, in your training, in your learning, a launch pad for improving the security posture for your organizations. So yesterday we talked about sort of the necessary evil, some of the challenges of compliance. We mentioned audit scripts in passing, which is a fantastic compendium of resources to make compliance.
So I'm thinking after this one I will do the TryHackMe room, okay? Depending on my kids. So the Skynet one. So let's have this one open at least, right?
A little more logical, a little more accessible, fantastic resource there. Then we started talking about MITRE in conjunction with a list of 11 potential categorical things that you can do in your environment. We talked about application allow listing, password controls. We're going to revisit one component of password controls here in just a little bit, and then we'll move on to the remaining items. We talked a little bit about MITRE yesterday. As you've learned, I love a good analogy, and so we talked about the design intent of a tool, butter knife versus screwdriver, and again, sometimes MITRE gets a bad rep. Sometimes it gets an overly inflated rep, just depending on who you are and how you approach it, butter knife versus screwdriver, but it is a very useful resource, a common body of knowledge, and as it purports, a globally accessible knowledge base of adversary tactics and techniques based on real-world observations. And this is tremendously useful. And again, if you're brand new to this, you might head to MITRE and you might be overwhelmed as you begin to review the multiplicity of techniques, the different categories, and you think, oh my gosh, this is too much. And in truth, that's true to a certain extent, which is why, once again, we're trying to simplify the ingestion review applicability of MITRE, consolidating into our 11 items. And really what we're trying to do, as I'm sure you gathered yesterday, as we touched on MITRE a couple different times, this is the overarching kill chain at the top, just a generalized methodology for many attacks in the wild, from recon all the way to C2 and exfil. This is not necessarily linear, but it does make some sense in terms of an overall approach to an attack. And what we've done is we've said, you don't have to necessarily discretely and individually address all 10 of these techniques and all 14 of these techniques and all 20 of these techniques. What if we could implement one change in your environment that would allow you to address 5 techniques or 10 techniques or maybe even 15, 20 techniques? That's ROI, that's return on investment. And that's what we're trying to do, maximize the art of the possible to make some progress in securing your environment. And yesterday we talked again about just 2 things: application allow listing as opposed to deny listing. Instead of trying to define everything that's evil, everything that's bad, conversely, we took a high-level stab at defining that which is good. And we did it primarily through directory, defining directories where code is allowed to execute, Windows directory, program files directory. And of course, that's not a silver bullet. It doesn't solve all of our problems, but it does indeed dramatically impact the first couple categorical components of MITRE, making those parts difficult: initial access, execution, etc. We'll continue to come back to this list as we progress through our 11 items and then talk about what we have covered. Basically, by covered, I mean, did we absolutely solve the issue of drive-by compromise by application allow listing? And of course, not necessarily, but we made it significantly more difficult for a threat actor to accomplish that through some standardized attack mechanisms. And brief aside, I did a webcast recently on Windows malware investigations, and part and parcel of that was a lengthy analysis of some common malware families, things that we're seeing active in the wild today. Qbot, Sockgolish, Bootloader, Yellow Cockatoo. I made up Spongy Weasel. I couldn't help myself. I just threw it in there because I was musing to myself about where we come up with these goofy names. But the rest are legit, and we're seeing these recurrently. And for some reason, Bootloader seems to be the flavor of the week, month, quarter. I don't know. But I stared at all these from an incident response perspective, and I said, how do these behave? Because it's useful to me in terms of analysis and, of course, then prevention, detection, all that fun stuff. And what I saw in that process is there are significant commonalities, and you'll see right at the top for initial access for the aforementioned categories, we're seeing drive-by downloads, and then we're seeing file execution, and that execution is occurring outside of Windows and program files. So this is just, again, a brief aside, completely unrelated in terms of my analysis, my workflow, my incident response workflows, that just proves out, at least partially, that we're making a significant difference when we begin to implement some of these specific recommended controls, application allow listing in particular. And of course, we talked about password controls. They need to be long, they need to be really long, they should be really, really long. And although that is a bit of an end user give and take challenge, an organizational challenge, the fact is that it's not a huge technical hurdle, and it makes a difference. We combine that with multi-factor authentication, we combine that with socializing the value of both of those things in the org. And once again, we've made pretty significant progress just with 2 of these things. If you stopped, you walked away from this conversation right now, I think legitimately you could provide value to your org based on what we've covered just at
Is the speed okay? Just tell me.
the outset. All right, so let's pick up where we left off yesterday. Fast forward to password spray. So we talked about password spray just a little bit yesterday. We talked about what we mean by password spray, and it is different than password guessing or password cracking. The idea being, if we can build a list of valid usernames, then we can take a singular password entry, make an educated guess about what that password might look like, and then try that one password against a multiplicity of accounts, 10, 100,000, 10,000, etc. And because of the way we've trained our user base to reset their password generally on a quarterly basis, that we might find some consistency in the use of things like winter 2024, etc. We talked about considerations for this process. It is a real-world threat, a real-world exposure. We see organizations succumbing to password sprays. We talked about some of the care, caution that needs to go into this from not only a testing perspective, but even a TA perspective, because we don't want to lock out users.
Yes, the speed is okay.
We ended yesterday with some Hashcat forays to do password cracking, and today we're going to jump right into a lab pretty quickly. Just a quick logistical tidbit. Today's schedule is pretty close to the same as yesterday's schedule. We're here together for a fun and fantastic 4-ish hours from 12 to 4. And we'll try and get done a little advance of 4 so we can do some Q&A like we did yesterday. We'll do 3 labs, possibly 4 labs today, just depending on how things play out and timing and our Q&A and any particular technical questions or issues. So, as per yesterday, I'm going to just step through each of the labs quickly together. I'm going to turn you loose here relatively quickly to explore the password spraying lab on your own, and then we'll come back together thereafter and step through it together slowly and methodically. So make sure you understand what's happening, the how and the why, etc. I don't know about you, but I left my VM running all night, and curses upon Microsoft. They, irrespective of my disabling Windows Update service, magically they installed the security update overnight and broke my ability to launch terminal as admin. No big deal. Just reckon that you may not have had that problem yesterday, but you might have it today. There are workarounds in each lab should that happen to you. So again, don't fret, but fair warning. Some things may have changed if you're silly enough to have left your VM running all night. All right. So here we are on the GitHub repo under the intro labs, and I'm going to scroll down to the password spraying entry. And we'll take a look at this again quickly together, and then we will jump in, give you the chance to walk through it. You love a good lab, don't you? You don't have to listen to me talk quite so much today. Yeah, snapshots are your friend. I had my snapshot corrupted this morning, which is just a rough start to day 2, but hopefully we got all that pain and anguish out of the way early. Based on my commentary thus far related to this lab, we will confirm that Defender is disabled. At the outset, like we've done before, we're going to run a command prompt as administrator. Don't forget, there are workaround instructions in the beginning of your lab if you have any trouble launching terminal. Terminal is cool. I like Windows Terminal a lot, just for the ability to do the tabbed interface and to go back and forth between different command line interfaces, but you don't have to do it that way. You can launch each of these discreetly. We're going to move on over to our tools directory, and in anticipation of doing a password spray, effectively a local password spray.
I've actually never used terminal. Ever. I just use one at a time. So seriously, I've never used it. So apparently there's something called Windows Terminal, or is that a Windows 11 thing? It might be 11. Because I'm like, what?
We're going to run a little doing a password. We're going to move on. Have to do it that way. You can launch each of these discreetly. We're going to move on over to our tools directory, and in anticipation of doing a password spray, effectively a local password spray, we're going to run a little batch file, cleverly named 200 user gen, which, as you might imagine, is going to generate a couple hundred users on your system. You should see it cycle through, completed successfully quite a few times, just about 200. There may be an error or two, don't worry about it, it should be fine.
My personal laptop.
Then we're going to pivot to PowerShell from our command prompt. We're going to make sure our execution policy allows us to run scripts without restriction. We're going to import the password spray PowerShell module, and then we're going to see just how easy it is to invoke this by invoking password winter 2020 for our example, and then you should see this turn away. It'll take a few minutes.
It's quite good.
And,
Windows
and you'll get some
11.
successes, and it is just that simple in this specific environment. And at the end,
let's quickly Google. What version Windows Terminal?
And WSL2 to run Linux on Windows.
Yeah, I just installed Ubuntu actually, WSL2. Because let's see. Multi-tab terminal develop Microsoft for Windows 10 and later. Yes, I never used it. They said for Windows 10 and later, so then it should be able to be run online. Or do you have to install it? replacement for Windows console. $2019. Sorry about the ads, or what do you want to call them? It's funny that these ads appear because I'm used to my ad blockers taking everything, but these are like community helps thingies, so it's not kind of nice that they pop up. So if I had money, this would be one of the things I would think was okay to spend it on, cause Wikipedia is great. Yeah. So what if we just do type terminal? Then we get command prompt, you know? So, terminal settings. I don't think I have this terminal thingy. Microchip Studio command prompt even. Nah, so... yeah. Microsoft Terminal. Yeah, so I think you have to download it. How to install from GitHub?
Probably you need to install it from Windows Store.
Yeah, so... also, I have overridden this with it opening in Firefox. I'm not using Microsoft's... so we have to install it if I want it. I'm not installing anything I don't need, so I'm not installing it. It's very, very good as it is. Command palette. So this is, I feel like some people might think this is good, you know, but I don't install things I don't need. I don't need more junk in my computer that's not necessary. Oh, also color. That's the only annoying thing with the PowerShell default is that it's blue, you know. Why not black? So you could set a default profile, but you can do that anyway. So now I know it exists. We researched it a bit. I'm done.
You
So
can
this was
configure
the
it.
link. Yeah, I saw that. But you can configure it otherwise too, you know. I just opened PowerShell and I used to have, let's see, there. So I used to have a Ubuntu icon here, so I just opened the prompt directory, and for CMD I just do CMD, but now they're up here, like on the common ones. So PowerShell link command prompt. I don't need anything else really. It's all there already. So let's see.
With this one, you'll want to do user
I'm
remove. That will
updated.
clean up 200. Trust me, don't skip that step. It just makes auth, log in and out, and that kind of thing pretty complicated on your VM if you leave a couple hundred users hanging out. So make sure when you get done, you run the remove.bat to clean up after yourself. And then we'll,
So this I
add
really
a
don't
little
need
bit
to
into the
do.
future. We'll come back and talk about some of the ramifications, some of the detection opportunities, some of the event logs associated with this. But this will allow you to get a feel for running a password spray on your own against your local VM. All right, I think we have a timer lurking in the wings. Let's do the 20 minutes. Honestly, this lab is pretty quick, so you can dive into the lab, probably have a chance to take a quick break, grab an updated, refreshed cup of coffee, what have you. We're lurking in Discord all the while if you have questions or issues. And when you come back in about 20 minutes, we will step through this together slowly and move on from password conversations into egress traffic analysis.
So
Go ahead
there,
and jump into this lab, the
as
password
he
spray lab,
did,
and
said
we'll
the first time before you
speak
got
again in about 20
here,
minutes.
it's like you do it 3 times, because first he talks about it, then you do it, and then he talks about it again. So he goes through it twice. Oh, I'm speeding up instead of skipping. So apparently we already did 45 minutes.
Welcome back from our first lab of the day.
I'll just click
Stragglers
somewhere
came in, no worries.
to get
If you're just joining us, we
the
just
selection
started
off.
off with a recap of yesterday and then go straight away into our first lab of the day, password spraying, to sort of tie up the categorical conversation about passwords in general. After this lab, we'll move on to our next subject. I was was thinking during that last break, I don't know if you've heard the story, you probably heard the story, it's an age-old tale about the two hikers that are in the woods, and a bear begins to chase the hikers, and one of the hikers stops, pulls out some running shoes out of their bag, puts on the running shoes. The other hiker says, "Are you crazy? You can't outrun the bear." And the hiker putting on the tennis shoe says, "I don't have to outrun the bear, I just have to outrun you." And I confess that comes to mind fairly frequently when it comes to cybersecurity. It's like in a lot of ways, we can't obviate the possibility of a bear attack. However, we can make ourselves a much less attractive target by just doing some simple things that perhaps the other hikers are not doing. Maybe that's morbid, maybe that's terrible. I guess I do primarily incident response for a living, and the vast majority of attacks that I work are opportunistic. They're not targeted. That doesn't mean that some of them aren't targeted, of course, but the vast majority are just simple failures in infosec configuration, hygiene, etc. And so, again, that's just a brief aside. It's probably not terribly germane. In any case, let's take a look at the password spray lab. And I guess what I'm thinking as we go through these topics is that I want my organization, I want your organization to be just a little bit more secure, a little less attractive of a target than possibly other orgs or competitive environments, so that you avoid getting mauled. So let's step through
Maybe they
password
don't
spray.
check before. I don't think
Let's
that matters.
make sure. I haven't actually checked this morning, so let's make sure the red error text comes up. Good sign. Control L, clear the screen. I have a terminal open as administrator. Let's go ahead and move to an administrative command prompt. As always, if you're having any trouble with terminal, you can go directly to start
what do you
and type
think?
in
Should we
whatever is
skip
appropriate.
it
PowerShell,
when he
run as
already like
administrator.
talked through all this?
Ubuntu. Oops, you should spell Ubuntu correctly.
Or I could
I mean,
just
what is
speed
AI good
up a
for if
bit
I can't
more.
misspell Ubuntu? In any case, run as administrator. You get the idea.
Misspell
Next thing we're going to
Ubuntu.
do is cd to our tools directory. Tab completion is my friend. We're going to run the 200
I'll
user
let
gen
him
bat.
do it.
There was a question in passing, which is awesome. Why doesn't this batch file or the remove batch file work from PowerShell? And I think in that particular instance, it's just because the current directory is not by default included in the path statement for PowerShell. So if you want to run this, you would have to just directly specify the current path. Now it'll usually figure that out for you if you do tab completion. In any case, we're going to run it from command. I'm going to mash enter, and we should see a couple hundred approximate entries for creation of accounts. Also, some great discussion in the chat during the lab. Is this something we could use in production, or is this custom generated? And as per Brian's exceptional commentary, and we try and make these things useful as it is. We try and equip you with tools that you can use
I
elsewhere.
guess
Having
there
said
is
that, this is
not
a bit of a
video
unique
on
use
the
case,
screen.
in that we're doing a password spray against our local system.
Oh,
That doesn't
Is it
it's
freeze?
not necessarily something that you would never do,
No,
but often when we think
no.
about password spray, we're thinking about it from an external facing
I
and
just
internet accessible
forgot to
authentication
hop
portal, like
over
an
to the other
M365 or
one.
something. So
Sorry.
as long as you're
Great
aware
that you
of the
told me.
context,
There are
as
also
long as you're
redeems.
reasonably comfortable
You
with
can
the
switch your
functionality,
screen
as long as you
yourself.
have permission, written permission in your environment, then this could be potentially a useful
I
tool.
wouldn't listen.
CLS to clear screen.
Or
We're going
wasn't
to go
here.
back to PowerShell.
Or something.
We're going to set execution tab. No, I don't want undefined. That might work, but unrestricted. Then I'm going to do import tab.
Yeah. Let me change
Local
the
password spray. A word of warning, and this will happen probably more than once today, definitely into tomorrow. Tab completion is your friend, but pay attention because make sure that the completion is exactly what you want. We want local password spray, so we're good. Now, when we invoke this, if you're going to run this in your environment, of course, I strongly suggest you take a look at the content of this script, make sure you understand what it is doing and how it is running. Imported, invoke mock. Let's not do that. See what happens when you're not paying attention while you're typing? Password, winter 2020. Mash enter, and if all goes according to plan, we begin to password spray ourselves, and shortly thereafter, we should hopefully see some successes. Might take a while, depending on the number of local users. 206. Obviously, this worked. Fairly simplistic lab. In real life, once again, you would probably be invoking this against an internet-accessible portal after you thoroughly understood the ramifications of the scripted process, after you obtain permission to do so. And once you do those things, you grab these tools, you target a specific resource. This is pretty easy. In many ways, the most challenging pieces are then developing your user list. We have to have a list of user accounts. Part of this scripted process is pulling a list of local users and creating that username list for us, and then all we have to do is provide the password, and away we go. But those are the pieces that we need. We need to be aware of the timing. We need to be cautious and careful. We talked about some recommendations for timing yesterday. We want to make sure that we operate under the lockout threshold of the environment that we are testing, etc., etc. And of course, at the end of this, we want to make sure and remove these users just to clean up after ourselves. Otherwise, it's a bit messy in terms of login, some other lab components. So go ahead and clean up. That should work nicely. Shouldn't probably require returning the snapshot. And that ends our discussion on password spray. When in fact, it ends our categorical discussion on passwords. And we're going to move on to the next component of our 11 overarching items and talk about egress traffic analysis. Egress, I wonder how familiar that term is. I assume that everybody generally understands egress. In a previous life, I built houses for a living, and so ingress, egress into a living space requires a certain size of window. If there was a bed.
So I've never heard, or I've heard the word sometimes, but I have no clue what it means. So let's just quickly. Apparently, it's my English that's missing. The action of going out of or leaving a place.
Ingress, incoming traffic, egress, outgoing traffic.
Okay, okay. Yeah, so it's okay. So it's the outgoing traffic then, because this was like Okie dokie. Thank you. So I'll actually copy this text here. There. So
It's the you make request to some external resources.
okay. Then it is, yeah, okay. Okay, so check what the traffic is there. The outgoing traffic. So you see, I'm learning from this, even though it's bits are very basic. There are things that I'm like, what is this, you know?
Room, you had to have a certain size of window so that a human being could get in and out being egress, ingress being in. Egress means outbound traffic. And often when we talk about traffic analysis, we don't differentiate between ingress and egress, and kind of odd phraseology if you're not used to it. But here we're focusing particularly on outbound traffic analysis. And I'm here to tell you, primarily as a digital forensics and incident response consultant, this is monumentally important. The ability to analyze outbound traffic is huge. We'll talk about that in detail. We'll talk about why.
I've always been
I think the
confused
two
with ingress
most
and
significant
egress.
tools in your arsenal in active incident response are managing egress and authentication, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we progress. But super important. And maybe you've heard this, maybe not, but I've heard in a few different circles, in a few different circumstances, the idea that two things, that endpoint is the future of security. I've also heard identity is the future of security, and I honestly adhere to those to a certain extent. They're oversimplified, of course, but it wasn't that long ago that we thought about internet ingress egress as sort of the future of security. We took for granted that the firewall was critical, that communications to and from the internet were absolutely critical, and I think as we've moved towards higher volume of network bandwidth throughput, as we've moved towards more and more encrypted communications, we've sort of moved away from the importance of egress traffic analysis, and we've shifted our focus to endpoint and identity, and those things are monumentally significant as well, but we do not want to ignore this. We don't want to fall into the same trap that we've seen on the last two subjects, which is this is just too hard, so I don't think we can do it. It can be difficult, but it can be absolutely critical, and it is one of the first things that I want to know when I engage in a customer environment. What kind of visibility do you have in your internet ingress egress? Because that can be a treasure trove for investigative analysis. Fortunately and unsurprisingly, MITRE agrees with me. These are some of the categories that relate to egress. Ports, data obfuscation, data exfiltration, data encryption, scheduled outbound calls, transfer, command control, remote file copy, remote access, port knocking, web services, etc., etc., etc. You get the idea. Back to the idea that we're trying to find some overarching controls that can help us to address multiple tactics and techniques. This just needs to be on your list. We need to talk about this. We need to review it. If you think about it, if you have threat actor interactions with a system in your environment, and nothing that the threat actor does ever transits the wire. If all of their activity is focal to a single endpoint and no network communications, no inter-system communications at all, how much do you care about what happened on that singular endpoint? I'm not suggesting that you don't care at all, but truthfully, when things start to get interesting is when we have command and control, when we have data access and exfiltration, if we have remote movement, if we have lateral movement within our environment, that's when we start to care a great deal. And again, back to the idea that visibility into network is just super important. It probably won't surprise you that I have had fairly frequent and fairly recent conversation with some prospective clients, and I still hear things like, well, we're not really worried about threat actors, we're not really worried about exploitation, we're not really worried about attacks because we have antivirus. I literally had a prospective client tell me a week before last that they use Panda antivirus, and because of how cool Panda antivirus is, they really don't need to worry about any other security components. That is not a dig against Panda antivirus. It is, however, mind-boggling to me that we still think that way. Like, are you kidding me? I see antivirus, of course, bypassed all day, every day. I have heard similar things, although this is a bit more antiquated in terms of, well, we have a firewall. We're all good. Sometimes I hear that relative to certain brands, certain implementations. I hear it about Palo Alto every now and again because of all of the incredible capabilities and complexities of some of the Palo Alto solutions. They pay a gazillion dollars. They have all these different components and Wildfire and IDS and et cetera. And they go, we're good. We're good. We don't really need to worry about anything else. And I think, oh, I'm a fan of a lot of those technologies and solutions, but all by themselves, they're just not adequate. Basic alerting is not enough. Basic alerting is not enough. We will see this as a theme. We saw it a little bit yesterday. We'll see it more today and tomorrow. That there aren't a tremendous number of singular indicators that are such high fidelity that we're just good. We know bad happened based on a single discrete identifier or indicator of compromise. Almost always we need more context. We need to see what's happening in and around a particular alert or event to fully understand what's happening. We have just too much volume of data, too much going on. The idea that we can just pick out a singular piece of information and go, that's just not normal. That's really hard. Basically, you're trying to extract abnormal in a flood, in a deluge of abnormal on a regular basis. Not only that, what kind of coverage do you have with your AV or your EDR? What kind of coverage do you have?
Yes, actually, this connects to the last one. This other free thing that I listened to. Let's see here. So we have Yeah, this one I think. This I mostly just took screenshots of. Let's see if this is the one. Yeah, so we had examples with combinations of hunt queries here and stuff to find this combination of things. So we had lots of examples. Yeah. So that was interesting. I think it was one of the most interesting here. Oh, day 2. I wasn't day 2. Not that one.
94%, 98%. 98% is pretty good. Do you have EDR running on your video surveillance equipment?
So I'm actually backing up a bit because I started thinking of that.
Understand what's happening. We have just too much volume of data, too much going on. The idea that we can just pick out a singular piece of information and go, that's just not normal. That's really hard. Basically, you're trying to extract abnormal in a flood, in a deluge of abnormal on a regular basis.
Lab.
Not only that, what kind of coverage do you have with your AV or your EDR? What kind of coverage do you have? 90%? 94%? 98%? 98% is pretty good. Do you have EDR running on your video surveillance equipment? Do you have EDR running on your digital displays? Do you have EDR running on your hospital modalities? Do you have EDR, you get the idea, running on your printer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? There are gaps in your environment. There are specific gaps often when it comes to endpoint visibility. Back to our previous discussion, do those things communicate over the wire? Absolutely. So Internet of Things, shadow IT, things that are unmanaged, unidentified in your environment. We start to care if those things begin to communicate inbound, outbound to the internet, thus the visibility into egress. When things go bad, you need answers. Boy, isn't that the truth? And these are the hardest questions. Oftentimes we roll into incident response engagements and we have pretty solid visibility to the endpoint. With the advent of EDR, and a lot of you have been listening and implementing Sysmon, which we'll talk about, we have tremendous visibility into the endpoint in many cases. And we can learn a tremendous amount. Invariably, the customer wants to know, okay, fine, we found patient 0, we found what happened on the endpoint, we know how this occurred from an initial attack perspective, and the next things they want to know are, can you tell me every other system that the threat actor accessed? Can you tell me all the data that they potentially accessed? And can you tell me if they successfully exfiltrated the data? And then I go, gulp. Let's talk about your egress visibility. Let's talk about your network visibility, because if I don't have that, I can probably see something from an endpoint perspective. I can make some educated guesses, but once again, network visibility is solid gold. So obviously the ultimate combination is all of the above, and pretty significant. So let's talk about some of the pieces and parts and some of the complexities, obviously, and of course some tools that can help us out. One of the challenges I mentioned moments ago is that the volume of ingress-egress data continues to skyrocket. We don't have 300 baud connections anymore. We're grateful for that, but it was a lot easier to log and gain visibility when you had 300 baud connections than when you have 10 gigabit connections. So NetFlow is a partial solution to that, and really NetFlow is a proprietary implementation from Cisco, and I relate to NetFlow as a sort of summary of network communications. You get some information, some data about communications. You don't get full visibility, you don't get full packet capture, but it is tremendously useful. Source, destination, volume of traffic, date, timestamp, that kind of thing. Traffic statistics. I would much rather have this in conjunction with endpoint than have nothing, because this does give me a fighting chance to determine outbound communications, potential volume of data exfiltration, that kind of fun thing. Generally speaking, you have your devices that are NetFlow compliant or NetFlow capable, and then you feed that information to some other centralized component, some centralized repository to ingest the NetFlow data, and then you need some tooling in order to analyze that NetFlow data. Could be an LKSIM, etc. So there are, of course, proprietary network implementations. Part of the joy, part of the pain and anguish is that NetFlow is not alone. You know, there's SFlow and JFlow and CFlow and AppFlow, and I did not make those up. Those are slight variations on the Cisco proprietary theme and can be a bit of a challenge to implement the ingestion, parsing, analysis for all those things. This is just one of the joys that we have to struggle with to gain network visibility. And there are more, of course, but generally speaking, again, depending on the nature of your environment, the hardware, the vendors, etc., the idea of flow data, even if we're talking again about VPC flow, cloud flow, etc., super useful. Not on par with full packet capture, which we'll talk about in just a second, but absolutely beneficial. I have a confession to make, and that is that before I came to Black Hills, I didn't work with or appreciate Zeek very much, but we like Zeek. We have some incredible expertise when it comes to implementation management, ingestion, monitoring of Zeek, and I've learned to appreciate the capabilities of Zeek as a network visibility tool for its speed, its scalability, for its accessibility, for its incredible support. It is a very, very cool tool, and we use it with great effect, and we can learn a lot by ingestion of flow data into Zeek. One of the things that I hear a lot, and again, this is sort of back to the idea that the future of security is endpoint, the future of security is identity. There is no more perimeter anymore, and of course that is true to a certain extent as we become more mobile, et cetera, et cetera. But the idea often behind that is network visibility is too hard because all the data is encrypted. And there is, of course, some truth to that, but that is not an excuse. I don't think fundamentally that's a defensible position to just say, well, most data is encrypted. Obviously, we'll see that it's important how we interact with our network visibility data, where we listen in our enterprise environments, pre-NAT, post-NAT, do you break encryption at your proxy, et cetera, et cetera. But you can't just wash your hands and say, it's encrypted, so let's not pay attention anymore. Just can't get away with that, in my, again, humble opinion. Of course, hunt teaming or threat hunting, depending on what you want to call it, phraseology, terminology, whatever. Basically, what we mean by this is a tiny bit different take on active detection and prevention mechanisms. This is the idea of plumbing our internal visibility, plumbing our internal data, actively looking for advanced attackers. We're going to go proactively search out indicators of compromise, indicators of abnormality, indicators of unauthorized behaviors in our environment. And this fits very nicely into the conversation at hand, the network visibility piece, because if we have that kind of visibility, if we have even just flow visibility into the ingress and egress for our environment, what might we see? What might we find? Potentially tremendously valuable. The idea often is assumed breach, assumed compromise. You've probably been compromised. Let's think about that for just a second. There's a tiny bit of hyperbole there. I get a little frustrated from a...
I just realized that since I also screenshot my cursor, I've gotten these last 3 ones like this. So maybe not so smart to press F4 before, you know? I should press F4 and then go to the spot. Learning the tools, right?
Sales pitch perspective, when you talk to a security vendor and they're like, well, you've probably already been compromised. APT123 is already in your environment. They've been there for years and you just don't know it. That's possible, but that's not really what we're talking about here. What we're talking about here in this context is there are probably things going on in your environment that are unauthorized, at the very least. And I can almost guarantee you, if you're not monitoring egress traffic and you begin to monitor egress traffic, you will find some surprises like, I didn't realize we were interacting with that vendor. I didn't realize we were using that remote access, remote control solution, etc., etc. The next point in this slide, the next bullet is just the idea that there is value in proactive searching sleuthing. If you are totally dependent upon Panda antivirus and your Palo Alto firewall and you just think, I don't really need to look, those two things are impenetrable, then go on your merry way. But when in fact, of course, we see all the time that solutions like that get bypassed, and so the idea of proactively enumerating is super, super valuable. Oh yeah, and math, lots of math. I was thinking about that. I didn't go into this line of work for report writing or math, but I was suckered. Apparently, maybe you were too. So that's fine. We talked about the challenges of value. What do we actually do with this data? If we can acquire this data, what do we do with it? Zeek is, of course, a tremendous tool. Another tool, we're going to talk about a couple different tools. Another tool.
I will actually go back to before I put the full screen on.
So that's fine.
And let's remember this. And I'll actually do this one too, but the tinier one. We don't want to have more data than we need, really, right?
We talked about the challenges of value. What do we actually do with this data? If we can acquire this data, what do we do with it? Zeek is, of course, a tremendous tool. Another tool, we're going to talk about a couple different tools. Another tool that is pretty powerful, and the price is right because it's free, is called RITA, Real Intelligence Threat Analytics. And if you're not familiar, you should be. It's a very cool project developed by BHIS, named after John's late mother. A very, very cool backstory, very, very cool technology, and it was designed to help us with the challenges we just discussed. The minute that you decide that this is an important or appropriate foray into your environment, the next challenges are, of course, acquiring the data, analyzing the data, deriving and demonstrating the value proposition, and RITA can help us with that. I mentioned math. I'm not a huge math buff, but I can appreciate when somebody a lot smarter than I am uses statistical analysis, mathematic capabilities to derive value, and that's exactly what we have in this platform. So imagine, if you will, that you're able to gain insight into your network traffic, you're able to gather egress data in particular, then we have a platform like RITA that can help us to find patterns in this network traffic. Remember, we're looking effectively for abnormal in the midst of normal. I intentionally said a minute ago, we're looking for abnormal in the midst of abnormal. That's more what it feels like on a pretty regular basis. We're going to target some specific components. Back to the idea that there are multiple tactic techniques from a MITRE perspective, specific to egress traffic, specific to network traffic. One of those is beaconing. One of those is the idea that if we have a threat actor active in our environment, there's going to be some level of communication between that threat actor and external remote systems. And one of those can be termed as beaconing, which is a consistent intermittent connection, generally speaking, outbound from an impacted host to a threat actor controlled system. And we'll talk about how that looks and how that works and how we can potentially identify that. RITA allows us some deny listing, DNS view, long connection analysis. We're going to play with this, of course, in a lab in just a minute, and extremely powerful. Categorically, a handful of different ways for us to slice and dice network traffic, looking for the anomalies that we care about, looking for indications of compromise, looking for unauthorized connectivity. Once again, effectively look.
Whoa. I have to actually... My window's still down since this morning, because I started when the sun was shining, so I'll that was thunder, extreme volume. I don't know if you heard it. So no rain yet. There, I can see it's hail. Oh my. So, just when I opened, it started falling a few hail like this size. And it's no rain, just hail. I'll have to tell my kids. They like hail. Killar, det haglar! Men det kommer bara enstaka hagel som är så här stora och rullar lite taket. Ja, du kan höra här. Du kan se faktiskt på min sida. Titta här. Om du går här fram så kommer du inte få fila in någonting. Ja, du går ner. Du går ner och tittar. Ska du komma, mamman? Du går till dörren. cool. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's like... No, it's raining too. I'll be right back. I'll just put the rest of the meatballs in the box. So, there, door closed and everything. So, if I open the window now, you would hear it. I think it's switched to all rain now. It was funny that I heard the thunder, opened it, and then I just saw 1, 2, and then waited a third one, and then just more and more hail. Never seen that. So exactly the start of it, you know? Funny. Right, let's just continue. Yeah, so I'm going to back up a few seconds here.
Network traffic.
There,
DNSView,
like
long connection analysis. We're going to play with this, of course, in a lab in just a minute. And extremely powerful. Categorically, a handful of different ways for us to slice and dice network traffic, looking for the anomalies that we care about, looking for indications of compromise, looking for unauthorized connectivity. Once again, effectively looking for abnormal in a very, very, very large, complicated bucket of what often just feels like abnormal in general. And did I mention it's free? That's pretty cool. GitHub link is there.
Yeah.
We talked about this yesterday. This is just part and parcel of dealing with the dynamism of the threat vectors that we face on a daily basis. We talked about, the minute that we try and categorize all things evil, we fall on our face because denial listing doesn't work. Why? Because we saw yesterday the parabolic curve of exponential number of threats that we face. It changes, it grows. The threat actors, as soon as we find a way to stop malware XYZ, they take that malware and turn it into malware ABC, and on and on and on and on. Having said that, in spite of the effort to obfuscate, to hide, to alter, we see some consistency in the attributes of command and control communications, of unauthorized or malicious egress communications. Do they vary? Yes, absolutely. Do the threat actors try to hide them from us? Yes, absolutely. But we have a multiplicity of attributes that we can review, because some of these things, some of these patterns remain consistent. And this slide just attempts to show 3 potential variables, and those are connection time, communication interval, and data size. And we're looking for consistency. We're looking for attributes that remain consistent throughout a network conversation. So, for example, we could see that an endpoint is communicating with 1.2.3.4, and the connection time is varied. The connection interval could be varied. We see consistency in data size, which might allow us to investigate this further. Or conversely, we see consistency in interval, which is just not normal for a typical user engagement with an IP address, that kind of thing. And then we're going to talk, this is one of my favorite analytical discussions when it comes specifically to incident response. We'll talk a little bit about looking for outliers, for least frequency of occurrence, which is hugely, hugely beneficial. Again, in a huge monumental sea of what looks like abnormal, finding things that stand out, finding things that are different. And again, Rita can help us with all these things. This is a command line interaction with Rita, and here we are just illustrating show long connections. A handful of different sort of aggregate attribute analysis components in Rita, and this is just one saying, let's see if we can identify unusually long, abnormally long connections between an internal source and an external destination for this particular example. And what we see is, is this evil? I don't know. Is this evil? I don't know. But you start to look at these timing, and 86,222 seconds is a mighty long time. Often what this does is just lead us to further analysis. These are some critical clues as we're potentially doing threat hunting.
So those were selected. Yeah, I'll do a new screenshot. Meaning, I'll have to delete that one, which is annoying. I think you can hear it too now, right? So it's hailing and raining intensely now. If I were to open the window a bit. So some of the hail is like 1 centimeter. Kind of noisy with the window closed too. Let's make a new screenshot here. So I like this too. And I had only used it for audio, though I knew I had it installed. But it was an old version. So let's change this one. And I'm going to make it 600 too. This one. So can I find this image? So I think we can delete this file. This should break the link. Okay, let's, if we switch to another one. Yeah, so now it's not found. So we can just delete it. Good. So I'll continue on the video and hope that you don't hear what I hear, because it's kind of noisy, the rain still.
These are some critical clues as we're potentially doing threat hunting, where we go, okay, that looks abnormal. That is significantly higher than other indicators, other typical connections in our environment, so we're going to want to go check that out. Continuing on that train of thought, this is Rita show beacons analysis. And as I mentioned a minute ago, beacons are an intermittent, generally ongoing connection between a threat actor in our environment and often command and control or threat actor controlled resources,
So
often command and control.
I'm hopping back
Indicators,
because
And as I mentioned a minute ago, beacons are an intermittent, generally ongoing connection between a threat actor in our environment and often command and control or threat actor controlled resources. There are legitimate beacons. There are legitimate beacons. So as I mentioned, the minute, if you haven't done this before, the minute you start evaluating egress traffic, I guarantee you're going to have some surprises. You're going to
was it always white
intermittent,
around?
generally ongoing connection between a threat
Okay.
actor in our environment and often command and control or threat actor controlled resources. There are legitimate beacons. There are legitimate beacons. So as I mentioned, the minute, if you haven't done this before, the minute you start evaluating egress traffic, I guarantee you're going to have some surprises.
Oh my
You're going to find out, and
goodness.
this has happened to me multiple times, you're going to find out in the midst of
I
active
don't
incident
want
response, you
the
find an
white
IP address,
stuff.
it's in a country that you do not do business with, and you kind of freak out because it's South American or European or again another area of the country that you're, I don't shouldn't be communicating with this, and you drill down to that IP address only to find out that it's M365 infrastructure. That's going to happen. So don't necessarily freak out without doing a little due diligence, because those things, sometimes you have applications that legitimately beacon. They have long, ongoing conversations with external resources, so take that for what it's worth. What we are looking for here, we're looking for some attributes of consistency. And you can see the little circle, my pen working, yes it is, you can see this circle here. This is the scoring column. So we're trying to give you an indication of how confident Rita is that this is a beacon. 1 is perfect, 1 means this is absolutely beaconing and you really want to check it out. 0.8 is still pretty high. Obviously, the smaller that number, the further away we get from 1, the less we care. We have multiple data components, we don't just have one. We're not simply counting the number of connections, but we're also looking for some statistical analysis, the quantity of communications, etc., etc., etc. Jan, in some of his other classes, when he talks about beacons, he just talks about the analogy of a kid trying to get their mother's attention, and the beacon is the child saying, Mom, 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 Mom. Been there? Okay, I'm not a mom, but you get the idea. So generally what happens, and then of course in that analogy you can imagine, as the child loses patience, they change the tone, they change the frequency, they change the volume, but invariably they're still just talking to one mom, and there are consistent attributes throughout that conversation, and those really, again, are what we're looking for. So this is perfect, right? This is 1, this is as high as the score gets, and then we can see some of these, although this is pretty high, this is pretty close to 1, we're getting down in the count where this is just not that significant, not that high. Once again, when I'm looking at this, my first thought is, where do I want to continue my analysis? I'm looking for an outlier, I'm looking for least frequency of occurrence, and so where do I want to look next? And as you can see, we're talking about some significantly large number connection requests, obviously with some beaconing consistency, attribute consistency, so this is where I would dig into, this is where I would go next. Megan's a mom of beacons, yeah. Well, I have the greatest respect for mothers, that's an entirely different discussion, but what you find out of the malware, this was a comment I made just a minute ago, you're going to find something fascinating.
I wish I took
almost
more
guaranteed, especially if you
screenshots
haven't
of
been
the
doing this,
first
been doing
one,
egress traffic
because
analysis,
it's
traffic
kinda
analysis
nice
before, or
to
even if you
have
just
them.
haven't leveraged Rita to help you look at beacons, network anomalies, etc. It will be eye-opening. And you may find there are remote connectivity tools that you did not intend or authorize. That's a common one. TeamViewer's had some issues. But specifically, these are some of the things that you might find. I work in healthcare a lot. You probably encountered in your enterprise environment unknown client access VPNs, unknown point-to-point VPNs, etc., etc. LAN turtles on here for the win. Those are fascinating devices that can be plugged in. In this particular instance, that potentially could be connecting an otherwise not network-connected device to the internet or to your network. Lots of different features and functions. One of the things Jan says when he's discussing this platform is there are no beaconing false positives. If Rita sees this traffic and presents this traffic, well, the traffic happened. It's there. The statistics don't lie in this particular instance. So something is talking. The question then becomes, what is the significance of that finding? Back to the previous slide and the previous analysis. Sometimes it's obvious. Often it's obvious where you need to spend a little more time, do a little more analysis, and figure out, is this bad? Is this something that we need to address? And then what is the relative risk? It's free, well documented, it's easy to use, written in Golang, multi-threaded, extremely fast and capable, and it's free. It's not only free today, The intent is that it will be free tomorrow. There are a multiplicity of patents that have been combined with this solution, and the impetus behind that is to just make sure somebody doesn't come along and sort of plagiarize this content and then turn it into an expensive licensed product. A lot of time, effort, and energy has gone into this, and I think you'll see as you dig into this that there's a great deal of love and care that has gone into the platform that we know as Rita for obvious reasons. Would I rather have full PCAP versus flow data? You betcha. Yeah, PCAP is awesome. PCAP is portable. PCAP gives me, effectively, if captured appropriately, the full visibility. Is no longer just a summary of network flow. It's the whole thing. I get to see the entirety of the conversation now. Can I visualize all of that, depending on encryption and obfuscation? Not necessarily, but it literally, at least is a recording, if you will, of the entirety of the captured data. Super valuable. The problem is, back to our analogy, if you're running a 300 baud internet connection, no problem. We can manage this entirely. We can save it. We can save it for a reasonable length of time. If you're running a 10 gigabit connection, multiple 10 gigabit connections, this becomes...
Well, if the stream dies, something died here. It might also be like last time, some kind of router, so we didn't have internet for 2 days, died. So I'm just hoping that we have good luck. Actually, it's been like this for several days now, so my mom's TV antenna enhancer thingy and splitter died though. So she didn't have TV, and she doesn't use the computer much. She only uses her phone. So let's hope she doesn't get a new one and it gets fried at once. There was apparently my sister got the last one at the store. So well, I think I have spike protection on this computer at least, which is the most important thing, right?
It's really challenging.
Oh, my kid's calling. Wait. Yes, love. Give me a cool ring there. Jag ska gå ut igen. Jag tittar precis genom fönstret. Det var 1 centimeter stora hagel. Kom tillbaka! So the birthday by my 14-year-old is currently jumping in the trampoline with lots of hail collected. Like when he jumps, it all bounces. So they just wanna play, and of course I need to be there. So I'll continue soon. Let's just put on a tiny like water thing here. I'll take the opportunity to get some new water too. Oh, do I have a missed call? Right, there was one other number. So I'll be right back. I'll bring my phone here and I'll bring my... Oh gosh, Laban. Du har sprängt nästan in i helvete i tallriken. Jag är på väg. Jag tänkte jag skulle ta upp honom. Se till om Laban behöver ha spelet så fixar vi det. Okay. I think the playing is done. They're talking about playing a game together. Oh my god, 14 and 16-year-old now. There used to be, yesterday there was 13 and 16. So, on that it's 13. No, it's 30 degrees inside. And now it's 14 outside. And the rain stopped, so I think I'll actually open the window for a bit. So I'm sorry for not just... I'm getting water from the sky, not from the normal place. So yeah, so let's start the video while I open the window.
Challenging, and legitimately encryption is an issue, and it is not super intuitive. If you stare at the data on screen and you've never looked at a packet capture before, you might go, I have no idea what that means. I suspect if you stare at it for a little bit longer, you'll begin to sleuth it out. It's things like source IP address and destination IP address and source port and destination port and payload size, etc., timing, date, timestamps. But it's not impossible, but there is a bit of a learning curve involved. TCP dump and Wireshark really are the tools to beat. TCP dump usually leveraged from a command line perspective, often leveraged from a Linux Unix system. Wireshark has a nice UI with some really cool tools and capabilities for visualizing your data. A little heavier because it's got all that visualization analysis built into it and the GUI front end. T#, of course, is a command line component of that solution. Entirely different discussions. You want to learn more about that? Lots of resources. We have webcasts. We have some great blog posts, etc., that we can point your way. And of course, we're going to experiment with some network data analysis in just a few minutes.
So let's pause that because I want to see if something happened in chat. Right? In case you send any cool links. No, I don't think so. Just lots of Tainer images. So no new links yet.
This is just a slide to indicate some of the important considerations and maybe a tiny bit of complexity. It's fine and well to say capture your data. How do you do that? How do you capture all of your egress data? If you're in a smallish environment and you have a single point of presence, a single connection to the internet, then maybe you've got just one firewall as per this diagram. Of course, we see the skull and crossbones. That's the threat actor. That's the bad guy. Maybe that's the pen tester or the red teamer. We see on the right-hand side a sickly-looking desktop. I'm guessing that's the compromised system. And if that is the oversimplified network architecture, where are you going to listen? Where are you going to acquire that egress data? Now, pre-NAT for the win. Network address translation effectively translates an internal IP address to a public IP address and port. We don't really need to go down that rabbit hole right now. Just recognize that if we capture it here, it's easier to ingest and interpret than if we try and capture it here. So pre-NAT, we need an ingestion system like a Zeek, and then we can use something like a Rita to analyze the data that we have acquired. This is not trivial. It's not overly complicated, but it's not trivial in terms of performance, network taps, data storage. I don't know if you've ever tried to have a conversation with the network engineering team and say, I just really need, I need a span port, and I need to capture all of the data that's going in and out of the firewall. They'll likely look at you like you're insane. You have no idea what you're talking about. You don't have no idea the complexity of the ask. So just be prepared to have a reasonable, logical conversation about what you're trying to accomplish. Honestly, be prepared potentially to do a POC, a proof of concept or proof of value, and say, you know what, I get it. This might be hard. It might be onerous for the network engineers. How about if we just do a sample? We'll do a data sample, temporary. We don't need to pick up the entirety of our NAS or our storage area network. Let's just do a data sample. We'll pull that into Zeek. We'll do some read analysis. Let's see what we could see. Let's see what we might learn, and then translate that into a value proposition. That can be hugely beneficial and maybe lower effort, really low cost to get you some progress on your egress capture, not egress capture. I made it all the way through what, 14 slides before I made up a word? Not bad, really. Not bad at all. Just wait till tomorrow. I worked in some very large distributed environments. I've worked in, again, repeatedly in healthcare for some unknown reason. And at some point after the proof of value, proof of concept, making the business use case, the security use case, or egress traffic monitoring, you may outgrow the free solutions. And at some point, it's probably worth your while to consider some of these commercial implementations. I've used Gigamon a little bit and super impressed with sort of the plug-and-play ingestion, analysis, storage capabilities. It's a lot easier than the idea of sort of roll your own, build your own storage environment, provision your own span ports, implement Zeek and Rita. And again, that may work beautifully depending on the size of your environment, the requirements of your egress, retention and analysis, etc., etc. But some of these tools are really cool, and you need to calculate the opportunity cost of all the time, effort, and energy you might invest into a homegrown solution or a Zeek Rita solution versus some of these very extensible, capable platforms. Okay, hang with me. We a couple more slides, and then we'll step into a lab here in just a bit. User agent strings. Oh man, I love user agent.
So just a sec. Let's make a rain filter. I did Control CV, it didn't work, so there's a car there too. I think that's okay. I don't know if it was okay sounding. But at least you don't have to hear the rain, right? Because it's nice to have. It's already 29.7 in here. Nice with some air. So we have the rain on for now.
Strings versus some of these very extensible, capable platforms. Okay, hang with me. We a couple more slides, and then we're gonna we'll step into a lab here in just a bit. User agent strings. Oh man, I love user agent strings from an incident response perspective. I mentioned I love least frequency of occurrence, long tail analysis, outliers, least frequency of occurrence. That sticks with me, so I go with that. User agent strings are just one component of relative consistency for most users, and honestly for most enterprises. So when you use some sort of browser, when you use some sort of internet connectivity feature function, again, often browser, the browser basically purports its level of functionality and service often to the server when making a request, a client request from browser to server. It says, by the way, here's the level of functionality and capability that I am using, whether it's Firefox, Edge, Chrome, Safari, Opera, Brave, etc., etc., etc. So the idea behind user agent is just to say, here's my basic feature function set. So give me things that I can understand and interpret from client to server. And the cool thing about this is if we can track this, if we can pull this egress data post pre-NAT, we can learn a lot about our environment. This is one of those things, if you've never paid attention to this before, what browsers are authorized? What browsers are authorized in your environment? Some environments are very restrictive. Often there's one or two enterprise-approved browsers simply for the purpose of keeping those patched and up to date. And invariably, if you start to look, you'll see that there are browsers that are unauthorized being used. And then often you'll see a pattern. Most of our users use Edge version 12.3.0, or most of our users use Chrome. And this can be really, really, really interesting, especially when you start seeing things like Python or Yandex or things that, why on earth is a user segment, a typical user segment in accounting or biomed, why are they using a Yandex browser, a Russian-based browser? Maybe that's perfectly legitimate, but those are the kinds of things that might pop out. This is solid gold when it comes to business email compromise, I'm here to tell you. This is often the smoking gun because we see user consistency.
We'll see. So
we'll talk a little bit more about user behavior analytics and tie back into this conversation. But did I mention I like this? Very valuable. JA3 or JA3, or I don't know how you're supposed to say it, is the idea that the whole notion of encrypted communications is legit. It's a challenge. It presents some unique hurdles for us as analysts, as security practitioners, and Salesforce, I believe this is a Salesforce compendium, developed the idea of JA3 that back to our overarching consistency of attributes, what if we could define common components and then identify certain types of connectivity, certain types of unauthorized or anomalous behavior, and JA3 attempts to do that for SSL, TLS, to do a basic fingerprint. Although we may not have full visibility into the encrypted packets, encrypted data, encrypted communications, we might be able to extract some pieces and parts that provide a fingerprint or a signature, if you will, that can help us to sleuth out anomalous, unauthorized, evil, etc. Yeah, long tail analysis. Outliers, least frequency of occurrence. There's really cool math in here, mode and median and mean, and I had some other notes about the actual algorithms and the cool technologies, and I don't understand most of it, so I just might as well be honest and upfront about it. I'm thankful for the folk who do and who have developed the analysis platform so that I don't have to. I would far rather be hunting down the threat actor directly than trying to figure out complex calculations. So again, I'm thankful this is important. Finding things that stand out is just critical capability. However you do it, you can do this through your ER, you can do this through your SIM, you can do this through a tool like Rita or a commercial tool, but it is extremely useful when you're trying to find badness in a huge, complex data pool. My friend, and active incident response for sure.
New to me, so.
Deny list in Rita. This is the front end Gula. God, I did it again. This is the Gula. You can use that if you want. That stands for graphic user. I have no idea. The idea behind deny list 1800 GUI is that we can define known bad. And this might help us again to sort out, to more quickly ascertain evil, high fidelity alerting as opposed to low fidelity or normal.
So seriously, were there another image between? I don't think so. But I just want to go back and check. No, it wasn't. It was just him.
My friend, an active incident response for sure. Deny list in Rita. This is the front end Gula. God, I did it again. This is the Gula. You can use that if you want. That stands for graphic user. I have no idea. The idea behind deny list 1800 GUI is that we can define known bad. And this might help us again to sort out, to more quickly ascertain evil, high fidelity alerting as opposed to low fidelity or normal. Have you ever heard of Security Union? I don't think it has quite as nice a Gula. I'm just going to run with that. In any case, very cool tool, very cool capability. If you're unfamiliar, lots of resources and options. They provide training for the platform, free training, paid support. Very cool, very capable. Something you should definitely check out. Integrates with lots of other pieces and parts from Zeek to Suricata. This is basically this is the king of the hill for network visibility security for free platforms for sure. Arguably better than some paid platforms. And of course integrates with Rita, which is why we threw it in here. Yeah, it is not all the end all be all, and there's some complexity and some fun games. But if you're kind of new to this space and you're fascinated or interested in the forays into egress analysis or network analysis, including sort of IDS, IPS, and visibility functionality, definitely something that I would check out. Okay, told you we were coming up to a lab. We're gonna do a lab on Rita and AC Hunter. Let's take a peek. We'll do a quick walkthrough. Then we will turn you loose
So
to do
that
this
was
on
a
your
bit
own,
too
and then we'll come back
quick
together, of
for
course,
me.
as per
I
usual,
would have
and
liked
walk through
him
it slowly
to
together.
talk more
Oops.
about it since
Control
I've
L to
never
network
heard
and command prompt.
any
That's
of
okay.
those things.
Let's
you
go
know?
to intro to security,
Well,
Rita and AC Hunter.
except for this script.
We're going to basically introduce you to AC Hunter in this lab. We haven't really talked about it much. AC Hunter is there's a community edition of AC Hunter, there's a commercial edition of AC Hunter, and it provides a very nice GUI front end to Rita. The core functionality behind AC Hunter is available to you through Rita specifically. So the features and functions are there. There's some ease of use and definitely some useful beautification and accessibility features if you want to check out AC Hunter. So this is not an overly complicated technical lab. We don't have the time and energy, honestly, to set up the Zeek and the network taps and to ingest the data and to pull into Rita. So instead, we've sort of cut to the chase. We're going to give you the visibility output, the reporting output, so that you can see what will be generated, derive the value from that process. And so we're going to open File Explorer. We are going to head to C:/tools, or it's also in your quick access. We're going to go to the Rita HTML report option. Make sure I'm not missing anything. We're going to open the index file. You can see here that these are Rita analysis output. We're going to see these names in just a minute when we drill down to the HTML report.
I know they need to be quick, but if we don't really learn the details, then we can't do it, right? So I wanted all. The previous bits I already knew. This is like new to me, so I want to know more about it. But at least I know what to check. But I can't do all the things, right? Should I start doing this for home? I could. Maybe. Because it would be good.
These are arbitrary names, meaning that those are defined at the analysis component, but they're meant to be meaningful, descriptive of the command control and/or analysis that was ingested. So these are named according to a particular tool. In this case, a command control tool. We'll see that in just a second. So if we double-click on index, it's a little hard to keep this side by side. But what you'll see again, you'll recognize those names because we just looked at them. We're going to scroll down and it's going to direct you. Make sure you grab the right one, not that you're going to hurt anything, but it will confuse the remaining steps and stages. So we're going for VS Agent 315, VS Agent 315, not 316. Again, not that you're going to hurt anything. And then you'll see at the top of this, the Rita analysis broken down descriptively, categorically. And I think we want to go to beacons. You'll drill into beacons. And then you'll see, just as we saw in our discussion and in our slides, that we have a score component. This is pretty darn close to 1. This is also pretty darn close to 1. Which one do you care about? Which one probably deserves some analysis based on the number of connections? There's definitely some consistency. Mom, 4,532 times. Keep going. Talk a little bit about the other components of that output. You can dig into the statistical pieces. You can delve into the math if that excites you. We can keep going. We're going to switch and go to the DNS cat. Whoops. I forgot which one. DNS cat 321. 321, continue our process. This is intended to highlight, of course, that there are more ways than one to do beaconing. And there's two very different takes through VS Agent and DNS cat. I'll let you view that. I'll let you visualize that difference on your own. But obviously, DNS cat, spoiler alert, relates to DNS. So you drill into the DNS and you see weirdness. We'll talk about that in just a minute. You can also take a look at AC Hunter. There is a training environment set up. You know what? Let's go back. Let's do that slightly differently because I'm going to just do right-click and open in new tab so that we can leave our intro to labs. Also allows us to copy-paste. Let's just training at Black Hills. That's hard to copy. Control-C will let me do that. Don't mind if I talk to myself too. Oh, that worked out nicely. We're going to make sure that Defender is disabled in the AC Hunter login UI. Just kidding. Training at Black Hills InfoSec. I don't know what it was. What was it? Got beacons, question mark. Oh, too many tabs. Got beacons, question mark. Did I do it right? Much like we just did, we're going to choose a data set. I can't remember which one we're choosing, so we'll come back and take a look. If you open to this screen, then click the gear, and you'll be prompted with this confirm dialog. We want to do VS Agent. I'll stop for now. You can play around with this. I'm going to turn you loose here in just a second. You can explore that AC Hunter interface again. Really just a nice, polished, easy-to-use front end for the functionality we just experienced with Rita. Take a look at a couple different data sets, and ultimately we have a handful of questions at the end to see if you can ascertain answers through the AC Hunter UI. Pretty cool. Okay. So we got 20 minutes. We're going to throw 20 minutes on the clock. This is, again, relatively quick. Hopefully you can squeeze in a quick break, do some calisthenics, grab a snack. Chocolate covered espresso beans, I'm pretty sure, is the theme. And as we step through this, about 20 minutes time, we'll come back together and walk through it slowly and methodically together, and we will continue our adventures, switching gears and talking about user entity behavior analytics. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, so here we really like to have the files, right? But they're just on this VM that I can't start. So... Also, I don't know how messed up my voice is now with the filter. Well, let's turn it off. The rain's kind of stopped. So I'm turning it off. There are cars, but I'll close the window soon. So on the table is still 29.5, but I can tell you that it's now 13.9 outside, and the cold air is like pouring onto my legs, so it's kind of nice. I do like to be warm, but third is a bit much, just a bit much. And I love that my kids are talking so much. They're in an intense talk about something. I didn't want to say discussion, but they're not fighting or anything. It's just lots of talking. I love that. And I have the door open so I can hear them. I don't know if you can, but I don't think so. So let's see. Airplane also. Let's skip the lab time. And this, I'm like thinking that this bit I would really like to. Let's first of all. Interclass file navigation. Well, Rita and AC Hunter is the name of the lab, so okay. So there, this is forwarded already. I know you can hear the cars, but a tiny bit more. Yeah, so I didn't actually have this open now, so I'll just open it long enough to get the URLs. They hopefully pasted in here again. No, because this is not the start of the lab anymore, so that was kind of stupid of me at the start here. I'm sure they did. There. So there's the link. Let's hop forward again. I should have done that first. So then when we're done with this one, I'm thinking we will have time to finish it. The next one actually starts at 18 today, so we can't watch more, but I would like to finish this one today if it's possible, at least get one question. Because the streak, I want my tiny 51 streak here to be 52. Not that I care a lot, but it's a tiny extra motivator to keep studying. Not that I need more. Yeah, so this one, I was going to check that one out too. So we have this one, but now I know the name. Mostly I wanted the name, right? So all of that was probably just useless. So let's open the files or the folders and Rita. So is it just called Rita? Rita, the AC 100-bit. So I'm assuming the others. Well. By the way, I saw that there's AC Hunter here. So let's actually move this one too. And I'm going to move the full Rita one here now. No, let's do as the others. It worked fine. So we're moving the Rita, and I'm going to, let's move all of these into here. And hopefully two. No, some, okay, they skipped the start ones. Cause, oh, look what it did here. Oh, that's a bit annoying. Well, there are doubles. So, whatever. Just deleting the Rita one. So let's call Rita 4. And let's look at the other one too. So, that's stupid. I was going to click it, not click it, so I didn't see it. So, just to repeat here, this is the lab. This 3 arrows. This is important. Click these files. So what it looks like. Yeah, so while I continue scrolling, let's TTS this bit with this very kind of funny TTS. It's in here.
S. Some backdoors have a very strong heartbeat. This is where a backdoor will constantly reconnect to get commands from an attacker at a specific interval. The interval consistency of the heartbeat is the TS score, where a value of 1 is perfect. The top value in the set is the VS agent communication. We will talk about the other connections in a few moments.
Login.
We also have the number of connections. While some beacons have a strong heartbeat, they are very short in nature. Our VS agent connection had a very large number of connections which had very strong intervals, while some of the others, e.g. the 64.4.5.4.253 addresses, had a strong heartbeat, but not as many connections. We will also talk about TS duration. This is detecting how consistent each connection duration is. For example, if every connection is 2 seconds and there are 8,000 plus, it would have a very strong TS duration score. The other fields are statistical analysis fields showing things like mode range and skew. DNS Cat2. Now, select Rita and then select DNS Cat20170321. We are going to review a backdoor which does not quite fit the same mold as VS Agent.
I am hoping he will do more details when he do it after the pause, right? So I don't think clicking these will make them bigger, but I can remove the side thingy there. So they're almost full screen now. Data set selection screen. I'm just scanning the text. So results. Notice a histogram on the bottom of the scoring criteria in the middle. No, they read that because I didn't know what that was. Too long since school, I don't remember what a histogram is. Yeah, it's like this. So, bar diagram. To use a more normal word, right? But I don't think it's like in the middle anywhere. That's why and it also can be these bars and these bars and these bars. The bottom and the scoring criteria in the middle. Okay, so I misread it. So the scoring criteria is probably this then. Or because it doesn't say scoring criteria anywhere. Scoring criteria should be like a list, right? Is it these it means? Yeah, it must be these, because dispersion, data size, skew, connections. Oh, the tiniest text there. I guess we should be grateful they had high resolution on the image, at least. Notice how on the bottom you can see multiple aspects of the system connection. For example, you can see if there are any connections that had threat intel hit. Threat intel. Or if there are any connections that have beacons to a fully qualified domain. My god, I can't read this. It's too tiny. Using Easy Hunter, answer the following questions. In the WinLab agent. So I assume it's this tiny, almost for full screen. Though, well. What is the connection interval in the GCAT dataset? What's the historic FQDN? Okay. What domain has the highest lookup count? And who is doing the lookups? Okay. Now that bright light really hit me now when I've been trying to see tiny text. There, so let's go back to the notes. Oh, right, we had this one too. So, I missed some images. So this one is actually a link to a... Oh. Okay. So, let's open this one. And so here the images are for this one. ACHOCE. Okay, okay. So let's actually just get these into the attachments one. There. And then we can make these the same kind of links that the others have. So if we click down here, we can copy this one. It's just 4 images. Oh, I wouldn't have done this. Would have been too annoying. Oh my god. So there. And so we just have the path there. No? There. So learn something for the last second two once more. So let's kill that bit first, and then we paste, and then we... Oh? Right. So my kids are still talking. Love it. So this is interesting, right? But I'm not going to do all of it now. There's supposed to be another broken image. Isn't there? There were 4 images. So what was the last one? PNG, images here. Okay, so images here is obviously not an image. Let's just see the size here. So this is 2 bytes. Okay. Let's keep that up. I don't want to close it, but we can close delete the images here from here. Not that it takes a lot of space. So am I blind? See? Whatever. So, this one has not been... They haven't talked about this one. But this is what's interesting. So let's actually do this on this one. And let's update the name of this one. Come on, I clicked you. 4. Let's add the rest here. So we have the same names. App locker. So it's easier to find whenever we want them. And then at the end here, let's add the lab. So lab. And then we have there it is. So the lab is linked, so we can just click between them, and we can continue, see if there's anything more to add here. So I didn't really need to open this one. I could probably just copy all of this, but since we cloned the repo, it feels better to... we couldn't have read the images here. the text and the images, I couldn't have read it. So
I don't know how or if I should comment about the current conversation in Discord. Yeah, I guess I'll just leave it alone for now. In any case, somebody's gonna misconstrue and say, I heard Zach say that if you get an anti-siphon tattoo, you get free lifetime access to the portal. I can feel that coming. In any case, I've said too much. Moving right along. Welcome back from Rita and AC Hunter Lab. Let's step through this together. Ever so quickly. Let's see. I knew that was coming. All right, where were we? Let's start from the top and take this a little bit more slowly. Windows left arrow key. I said Windows left arrow key. How do I left arrow? Thank you. And let's see. So we're opening our HTML report. I should have that open right here. And if I keep doing that, I'm gonna be very upset with myself. Right arrow. I'm trying to get, yes, thank you. My goodness. Make sure we're in the right place at the right time. Always important. So we started off by looking at VS Agent. And you can obviously pop back and forth and take a look at these. One of the cool things about this is, for me at least, is the ease of use. I don't use this a lot, so to speak, in active incident response. This is not the kind of thing that you roll into an environment and then deploy in the midst of active incident outbreak, etc. If it's in place and you have this data, tremendously valuable and useful. But the thing I like about it is its accessibility. It's just not super complicated, at least from a UI perspective. Now, when in fact, if you're going to use this tool, you're probably going to port this data someplace else. You're probably not going to be discreetly outputting an HTML file for all of your analysis. But for the initial foray, for the initial analysis, maybe even initial point of value.
So of course, seeing info like this is
just very accessible, easy to use, and so we start by taking a look at the beacons, much like we did before. And just me from an analytical perspective, as I mentioned a few slides ago, I'm looking for outliers. I'm looking for next points of analysis, next points of interest. In many instances, when you're going through this process, you may be looking for some discrete indicators to feed to another analyst. What you heard me. In any case, source destination, we're looking for as close to 1 as possible, meaning perfect score. That does not obviate the value of a lower score. Back to the very nice Gulu. In any case. This is significant. Yeah, it's not rocket surgery to go, that looks anomalous. And then, of course, as mentioned, if you scroll rightward, you can dig into the details, the reasoning. To be honest, and maybe this is just my bent, as soon as I got this far, I would probably pivot to additional analysis of the destination, maybe analysis of the source, plotting information based on the data points that we have here now. Just simple, pretty easy to work through. Go back. DNSCAT is
so
different. It doesn't use a traditional network beaconing model like the VS Agent does. It, as the name implies, leverages DNS queries. Did anybody translate to Portuguese? Just curious. Tempting, isn't it? I guess it's from Portuguese, but I didn't dare try. Maybe that's just my browser. Excited about foreign language.
From Portuguese.
Once again, the outliers pop. It doesn't take a super keen mathematical statistical analysis to gather that, what domains use com. So that's probably pretty normal. What domains end in net, org. You get the idea depending on the location. So naturally, you would be drawn to 23,000 subdomains. Almost 41,000 visits to nanobotninjas.com. Wow, I think maybe we better investigate. Potentially, you look at that and go, we do business with nanobot ninjas. Possible. Maybe they got an anti-siphon tattoo, and so we're a sponsor. I mean, you never know. But generally speaking, this bubbles to the surface, the long tail analysis. Again, the consistent distribution of attributes that guide our investigative forays. Super, super powerful, super useful. And then I suspect I'm still successfully logged in over yonder. Yes, I am. So we can pivot to AC Hunter. As I'm sure you noticed, this is a pretty nice, clean, user-friendly interface. If you find yourself on the screen and you need to change data sets.
See if I dare to
that didn't work at all. Maybe I'm not still authenticated. Nope. Training at blackhillsinfosec.com. Got beacons? Got beacons, question mark. Tapping under pressure. Speaking of Mavis Beacon. Where do they want us to go first? Wow. I've got to stop changing tabs just to confuse myself and everyone else. VS Agent, where we want to be. And you have the same general distribution of data, just some different ways to drill down, different ways to analyze. So we're going to click on a particular host. I think we're going to click on a particular host. No? Do you hate me?
So here we can see this information
Yes,
clearer.
let me write myself. As the case may be. That's really not easy to read. Let's expand this just a little bit. Just a slight variation on view. We see the cumulative scoring. We see some statistical dispersions. We see some really cool summarized data based on the attributes, if you will, of this potential beacon. We see the date and time interval in which these were detected. We see some consistency. There's some variation, obviously, in the interval, so not a perfect score, but the vast majority of these had 10-second connection intervals, 3,658. Definitely sounds anomalous. Definitely sounds like something that we want to investigate further. Let's see, where do we go from there?
That's almost all the same.
Check out the WinLab dataset, dashboard, icon, WinLab, confirm. I can't remember what questions were we trying to answer. 10-10-98-30. Beacons, 10-10-98-30. Again, you can see some variability in the beacon intervals, and then you can see the vast majority of connections for this particular potential beacon are at 15-second intervals. Pretty high score, pretty large frequency of occurrence. We can see the date and time scale. G-dataset, Stork, FQDN. Let's go back to dashboard. G-cat. Did I say G-data?
Yeah, that's the one they said we should click,
And we can poke around these different data sets, different IP addresses, and again, up here you have some really useful summation, summary data. And if we hover over this, we can see the full historic, fully qualified domain name related to Google/Gmail as appropriate to that tool. If we Can I see that in this view? Thought could, maybe not. My screen's a bit truncated. In any case, you get the idea. All right, pretty sweet. Can't beat the price or the functionality.
So we have a new
Jitter,
area.
if the threat actor using jitter, how would it appear in AC Hunter? And the short version is that, again, looking at cumulative attribute analysis, and I made that phraseology up just because it works in my brain, but cumulative attribute analysis for the beaconing itself, AC Hunter Rita underlying, and then AC Hunter, of course, in terms of overlays, is fully capable of identifying the commonalities, the common attributes, irrespective of jitter, irrespective in variances.
So are you still there and listening? Otherwise, I would increase the speed of it. So please tell me.
In latency through that command and control communication. So great question. But generally, it would not be a problem based on the mathematical statistical analysis that Rita performs.
Maybe I did increase it by mistake.
Moving on. Application allow listing, passwords. Excuse me. Network egress visibility. User entity behavior analytics. UEBA. And you might be tempted to think that this is just another industry.
This was very interesting. Why did it switch? Because I switched another window, but this I didn't switch. That's YouTube being odd.
Acronym, another sales pitch, and I suppose frankly in some instances it is, but it's a relatively new take on a long-standing conundrum, and we'll talk more about that as we move into the...
You can increase speed, I can manage it.
Okay. You don't have to. So I don't want to scare you off either. If you want to listen to this with me,
details, the sort of the old school way of analyzing user behavior. User entity behavior analytics is, well, appropriately named. Keywords, of course, user.
But entity, it sounds so like users are entities? What? Or what is this? Let's listen to him. I guess I talked over a bit, so let's back up. Right.
Network egress visibility, user entity behavior analytics, UEBA. And you might be tempted to think that this is just another industry acronym, another sales pitch, and I suppose frankly in some instances it is, but it's a relatively new take on a long-standing conundrum. And we'll talk more about that as we move into the details, the sort of the old school way of analyzing user behavior. User entity behavior analytics is, well, appropriately named. Keywords, of course, user, behavior, and then analysis. We're already collecting a lot of data about our users as a general rule. We've talked about this. We've talked about ingestion. We've talked about SIM. We've talked about logging. We've talked about some endpoint characteristics and EDR and all those things. The bottom line is we're paying attention, at least to a certain extent, to what our users are doing. We're commonly paying attention to Windows event logs related to users, related to things like user auth, event code 4624 for successful login or 4625 for failed login. Those are somewhere. They're captured on the endpoints for sure. They're probably captured on your domain controllers, assuming you're using Active Directory, which you probably are. And so we're capturing, we're aggregating, we're pulling together this data, but unfortunately it's voluminous. Unfortunately, it's a little bit hard to correlate and or derive value from. And the idea behind user entity behavior analytics is we should take that data, we should combine that data with analysis towards determining what's normal for a user. We've already talked a little bit, specifically when we talked about password sprays, about how our brains sort of work similarly, how we have sort of standard operating procedures as human beings, and then each individual user has some peculiar standard operating procedures of their own. And imagine if we could pull all these pieces of data about how a user behaves in your environment, from what kind of endpoint to operating system to browser to network location to application access to data access, and we could somehow make sense of that in a meaningful way, and then look for normal versus abnormal. That's the promise of UEBA. We can take all that data, do some stacking, comparative analysis, look for outliers, and ultimately go, aha, you don't usually behave this way, which is cause for an alert and or subsequent investigation. It can be very powerful, not least of which, again, because we're probably already capturing and monitoring a lot of this information, so what value can we derive in terms of normal versus abnormal?
So,
once again, MITRE tends to agree, UEBA covers a lot of different components. If a threat actor gains access, unauthorized access to an endpoint in your environment, if they're operating on an endpoint, they are operating within the confines of an account, of a user account of some kind. It's just a fact. So if we can take advantage of that knowledge, take advantage of the knowledge that almost every important, pertinent endpoint action occurs within the context of an account, again, for the most part, with some slight variation, but for the most part, we can hone in on that and then say, is the threat actor going to behave like a typical user? Is the threat actor, if they compromise John Smith's account, are they going to behave like John Smith? And the answer is probably not. Again, from an overarching, stacking, comparative analysis, potentially historical component, the answer is no. And then it gives us tremendous opportunity to identify the abnormal behaviors across a broad spectrum of MITRE attack tactics, and can be just, again, a gold mine. And I mentioned this before, I will say it again, egress and off, huge, the most potentially significant reactive weapons in your arsenal in active incident response, egress and off. We can talk more about that later. Now, I mentioned, you're already gathering a lot of this data, probably. Endpoint, EDR, SIM, etc. This is no small challenge. Logs are a train wreck. Logs are a challenge. The volume of logs, the veracity of logs, the value of logs vary dramatically. I mentioned Windows event log 4624, successful authentication, 4625, failed authentication. How many of those occur in your enterprise environment moment by moment? And the answer is a significant number. Could be hundreds to thousands, for example, and the vast majority of them are just normal user behaviors, authenticating. It's shocking how many times your workstation authenticates for you in the backend, assuming you're running Windows in particular. It is authenticated all sorts of things all the time. Impersonation, authentication are just part and parcel of the way Windows behaves, and so 4624s are occurring on a continuum and
So
diminishes the value.
let's
Gee, thanks.
get
We've got
this for the
3,492
notes.
successful authentication events. What do I do with that? Less than 5% of detections are from logs. Wow, let that settle in for just a second. So we're logging all this stuff. We're logging all the things. We got Windows logs, we got security logs, we got application logs, we're logging firewall, we're logging audit trails, etc., etc., etc. And at the end of the day, in terms of active, practical, tactical detection and response, very few of the things that we actually detect and respond to come from those logs. This is frightening, it's illuminating, and really it just says, timeout. We really probably ought to think about this just a little bit differently. And again, based on what we know about the 5% detect, what should we pay attention to? What should we be logging? How should we be storing, parsing, analyzing? And we pick on Windows,
Quite
but Linux is not a lot better,
interesting
right?
stuff.
I don't do nearly
I
as many
am
activities
not
and
so
response
much
cases
in
on Linux shocking.
InfoSec, but it's interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. So, how much are you in InfoSec then, or you're a bit interested? I'm just going to. What was I going to type? It doesn't matter. Yeah, what should we log there? So I'm just making a bit of notes there. So that was a bus. I should probably close the window again. I think it's okay
I
here.
graduated from university many years ago with a degree in some kind of InfoSec.
Oh, cool. So, how many years ago? I mean, I feel like InfoSec is like new. It's not totally new, but it's kind of like slowly emerged
But I am
from,
not working
from
that
IT.
area.
Okay, 2009.
2009.
Yeah, well, that's 50 years, right? Time flies. It flies. So, what was like the name of it? I'll close the window.
I am just a software engineer now.
So I'm closing the door to my kids too, because they're playing some game together now and they're talking kind of loudly. So there. Right. Oh right, I
It
forgot.
was kind of protection of computer systems.
Oh cool. Yeah, because that we've always done, but it was just IT before. Now it's InfoSec, so it's also like.
But my knowledge is outdated.
So we have IT and we have general information like papers and stuff too. So InfoSec is also like not IT, not technical information too. So it's like overlapping a lot. But most things, what you mean with InfoSec, you mean IT InfoSec, right? So like cybersecurity, all these things overlapping, almost being the same, but not really. Of course, IT contains so much more than just security. Yes, I think I see, like cybersecurity is definitely a part of IT. So I worked as an IT specialist. So I guess it's like there's a lot of networking in there. There's a lot of well, when I learned programming in school in like 7th grade, I had already been programming, but then I was in school. Then we had lots of, all of the security stuff about thinking about strings and everything. We had lots of thoughts on security already then, and that was, I guess I was 12 or something, so like 87. something like that. So we were already thinking of all the security things and like software things. By the way, cool, you're working in software. That's cool.
I am interested more in ops now, but security it's just my curiosity.
Yeah. Yeah, and we didn't think like ops like that either before. It was more like you make a program, you install it, you never update it, kind of thing, right? Long ago. And now it's more like cycles and constant
Yes, all new
integrated.
words, smile,
It's
smile.
all integrated. Yeah. And that's nice, but it's also much more complex and I imagine much harder to keep safe also. The updates are nice, but they can also break things again. Fixing one thing, like fixing one bug and you have 20 more, right? It's hard not to do that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, by the way, did you hear about this Microsoft thing, where they screenshots of people's computers? I was just listening to Security Now.
Sure.
Yeah, so the Security Now, let's see. While I was getting up this morning here. So let's go to the YouTube one. Right, of course. Oh well, I'm more subscribed than the other one, I'm sure. So let's see. This is 11 hours ago, so the one I'm listening to is the old one.
BTW, have you seen Mr. Robot?
I think I did quite some time ago. I don't know if I saw it all, but people have been telling me to rewatching it, and this kind of, I know that the bits of it, they're actually using real tools. They're not just crazy clicking on a keyboard, and you're looking at like something totally irrelevant on the screen.
It's a lot of hacking, real hacking.
Yeah. So, but I think the times were like very speeding up, like hacking some system that would have taken a long time. Wouldn't have been fun in a movie, so, or in a series or whatever it is. It's a series, right? It's not a movie. It's a series. Yes, I guess I'll have to watch it. But I don't have time for that. I want to study. That's more fun to me. I'm crazy.
But it's more about psychological problem.
Yeah, that's a real thing. It's just like the scene it's on, the hacking bit. It's more about that. It's like the background or the surroundings. Yeah, so I don't remember very much, but it's like what's this, Fight Club or something? It's kind of the same thing, right? He's like fighting himself, and it's right, isn't it like that? It's not really a person there, right?
Right.
Yeah, because I don't remember much, but I remember like him falling down from something, and it wasn't anyone there really. Yeah, so kind of odd, but I don't remember much. And I remember that, and I remember that he was like, I think I saw this in a YouTube video talking about the series, so it's not like my memory from the series, that he was like outside some prison and he was like connecting to someone's keyboard in a police car or something. I don't know. So that sounded kind of Bluetooth.
Anyway, Mr. Robot is a great series. I rewatched it recently.
Yeah. So I'll have to redo, and I'll have to watch this one. So these are kind of long. These are not very long though. I've seen episodes that are much longer than 2 hours. Yeah, but they seem to be keeping it 2 hours here. So I think I've seen much longer ones. So I usually watch these when I fall asleep, actually, and things like that. But
Is it a podcast?
yeah, it's a podcast, but they also have video. But I didn't know kinda until recently. So I think the first stream Siren had, she talked about watching it, and I was like, oh, I also listened to that podcast, but I didn't know there was actually a video of
It's
it.
time for Security Now. Steve Gibson is here. Have you ever been pwned?
And also, I didn't know their
And then
age really,
by the
because they
by
don't
the Russian
sound really like this.
mail.ru group
Look.
in 2010.
Yeah, so it's very.
And he's talking.
I'm listening to the podcasts still, so it's kind of fun to see all the thingies he's got there.
Web link. Funny.
What's that? So
I worked in web link.
okay. I don't know what it is. You'll have to tell me. So whatever they talk a lot about. I mean, I'm closing this. So they talked a lot about this recall thing, and that they think that this is a part of Microsoft building an AI that's specific to the person using the computer, and that's why they think they're doing this. So they're collecting all this data, and it's mostly text, not images actually, it seems like, because it's kind of tiny in size. So it's not taking
It's a big company
screenshots,
in Russia.
images.
Now they control all major services there.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so do you live in Russia or do you live somewhere else? Anyways, I wouldn't feel comfortable Microsoft collecting all the data.
I left Russia 3.5 years
Okay.
ago
Oh,
and
sure.
live in Finland now.
Okay, then we kind of close because I'm in Sweden, so that's very close. But you have 1 hour time difference.
Yes.
Yeah. So you're from Russia, are you? You're very good in English, anyway. So. Yeah. So I think a lot of people left Russia. I think you had a good timing too, right? When I grew up, when I was a kid, I'm born 75. Sounds so old. But then the people that lived on top of us, it was a woman and their kid was locked
Originally
into
from
Russia.
Kazakhstan, but I lived over
Oh,
15 years
okay.
there and left it in good time before all the shit.
Yeah, good. Because it's not safe for anyone there, I mean. Yeah, so Kazakhstan, I must say that the language is beautiful. I think it's very beautiful. And there's this, oh my god, Dimash is his name, right? He's from there, right? I think it was related to Turkish, the language. Am I right?
Could you repeat it?
I'll Google. There, Kazakh singer and songwriter.
Yes,
So,
it is in Turkish group.
yeah, it's a person, but I guess there are. So, like his YouTube, for example. So, it's kind of good. We shouldn't listen to music now, cause
But I am not speak it unfortunately. My native language is Russian.
yeah. I think it's a lot of languages in a lot of countries, right? Yeah. Anyway, so I just thought of him when you said Kazakhstan, so that's the only thing I know about the country. I'm sorry. I don't know much. I just recognized it. Yeah. But Russian is a good language too. I mean, just because of one politician or some do stupid things, it's not the people's fault. or the language's fault. But I don't know the Cyrillic letters. I should learn them, I guess, because someone was making a comment from YouTube.
But not so useful as English nowadays. Smile, smile.
Yeah, of course. English is very useful to know. Very useful. Yeah. Let's watch the rest of it. Right? We have here's a long lab, 20 minutes again, and then they're kind of like the last bit is probably, maybe it's all, yeah, he's looking at chat there for the last bit, so it's probably ends somewhere here. So yeah, there is no "you have been hacked" log. That was kind of funny.
I just noticed it's 4 hours. Smile, smile.
Yeah, but we're doing double speed and there are breaks in it. So we've been on for, well, I had to restart stream, but let's say I started at 9. Yeah, so there's quite a few hours. Yeah, let's finish it actually, because I want to spend some time with my kids too, and they were playing with each other. They were playing some game. I think it might be like the rounds or something. I'll do a quick check. I'm curious now to see. So I'll have the door open. They were just trying to start a game and they had a bit of problems. We'll see. So I think it was something on Steam anyway. So let's listen for a bit more.
As I do on Windows platforms, but I did a fairly recent foray into a Linux system. I thought, oh, refreshing. This will be easy. Everything on
So
Linux is
I'll
really
just go
straightforward.
back a bit.
Know about it's illuminating, and really it just says, timeout. We really probably ought to think about this just a little bit differently. And again, based on what we know about the 5% detect, what should we pay attention to? What should we be logging? How should we be storing, parsing, analyzing? And we pick on Windows, but Linux is not a lot better. I don't do nearly as many active incident response cases on Linux, shocking, as I do on Windows platforms, but I did a fairly recent foray into a Linux system. I thought, oh, refreshing. This will be easy. Everything on Linux is fairly straightforward from a forensic analysis perspective. Everything's a file. There are clear logs. There are lots of logs. And then, of course, I dive in specifically into bash history. I actually sleuth out, I understand based on other indicators what's happened, and I pivot to bash logging to correlate and or confirm what I know happened elsewhere in the operating system, and I come up empty-handed, and I do my scratch the old head and think, well, Linux is in many ways clearer, but it is not by any stretch perfect or even excellent in some capacities when it comes to our visibility and logging specifically. JP Cert is a fascinating attempt to sort of tackle and address this issue.
Yeah, and I assume that if someone were in a machine, they wouldn't leave the bash log, right? They would remove their stuff from there.
Like it. I love the idea, and that it is basically trying to, much like we did with network communications, much like we just talked about with Rita and AC Hunter, that we are not so much going to hone in on specific details, a specific finite attribute of a tactic or technique, but instead we're going to combine our overarching understanding of multiple attributes and maybe come up with a fingerprint, maybe come up with a sequence of events or a series of events or a series of logs, etc., to pull a useful high fidelity indicator and or alert. And this is worth taking a peek at. It basically takes some specific tactics and tries to analyze the behavior of those tactics and then pull the most useful indicators and then say, here's what you could look for to find this particular entry. And I think this is worth just taking a gander at in terms of the artifact sources. This is hotly debated. And as I mentioned, I've done a couple. I have a GitHub repo. I have done a couple webcasts, rapid triage workshop for Windows malware investigations, and it is sort of my effort to say, of these indicators, of all the available indicators, which do I care about most? That's an important question. There's part of us as nerds, as security professionals, that we want it all. Give it all to me. If there's an artifact, I want it. Just give me the whole thing. And that philosophically is okay. If I have all the time, energy, and all the compute resources in the world, then I want it all. But I don't. I'm in a hurry. Active incident response in particular. I need answers and I need them quickly, so I've got to be judicious, and I think it's wisdom for you to wrestle just a little bit with not all artifacts are created equally. Not all logs are created equally. Not all event IDs are created equally from a validity perspective. Why UEBA? Why UEBA? It's a new acronym. Behaviors. User behaviors. As mentioned, users often follow patterns. This is so wonderfully simple sometimes, not always, but it is so wonderfully simple on occasion. Business email compromise, to me, is one of the most significant illuminations of the value of this process. So when you're looking at a typical business email compromise and a threat actor gains unauthorized access to an M365 mailbox, their authentication passes through Azure AD, Azure Active Directory, now I guess called Intra, whatever. And then you go look at the login behaviors, the log components of that authentication, and what you see is Patterson Cake using Windows 11, logging in through Brave or Edge. And I do that regularly, and I log in regularly from East Tennessee. Occasionally I'll hop to a VPN or some other IP address space, but almost always I'm using some variation of those things. I'll use Linux. I don't have a Mac. I don't use a Mac as a general rule. So if you're looking at my user behavior and authenticating to M365, and you see a Mac entry with Safari as the browser, it's not me. That's the idea, and that we see pretty impressive consistency in the way users interact with IT systems. And it's just that silly simple. Sometimes, literally, within a few minutes' time, we can do Azure AD authentication, log access, call out what's normal from user agent IP address space, and often within a very short order, determine abnormal, find unauthorized access based on, you guessed it, user behavior. I can use some help in an enterprise environment. For gathering all this data, I could really use some help in analyzing,
This is where
stacking,
I started looking
finding
yesterday,
unique.
so I've seen the rest.
Well, we're going to talk just a little bit about, see if I can pull this up really quickly. We're going to talk just a little bit about the fundamental failure of logging for most applications and platforms. And bottom line is that Microsoft, I don't think, really developed this solution for you and I. It wasn't really designed from the perspective of cybersecurity engineers and/or incident
Panda
responders.
Tongue says.
And so,
We utilize this for a lot of our clients.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I need to learn more about the blue bit of things, the blue side. And also, if you were to do a pen test, you would have to tell people tips about how to fix problems and how to make things better and more secure, right? So, even if you were just to do that and not really anything else, you would still need this knowledge. And if you were to do red teaming things, you still need to know how to avoid all of those things. So you need all the knowledge, always. But it's nice to know that these things are used, really. Yeah, so this is that box again, the demo one. Yeah, so I don't really like that they used the abbreviation there, because I didn't. Also, why on earth
Fixerbot says.
user entity
New
behavior
follower not on
analytics?
Twitch. Less than
Welcome
3.
in. So I'm just copying this bit here of the notes, because I don't remember what this is, right? And also we should put this in. Yeah, it's on the top. Acronyms. And my up to the top. Why entity? It feels bad to call people entities. But I guess it's not actually the people we're calling entities. But still, it sounded very much like that. So, let's continue. And welcome in, Panda. Hope you're having a great day. It's not started work time, right? It's a bit later. You've been working for an hour and a half, maybe?
Panda Tongue says.
Smile, semi-lurk, and smile.
Yeah. Okay. You're so welcome to lurk.
Again, back to the butter knife versus screwdriver conundrum. I'm trying to see if this will respond sometime soon. Let's see. Let's get past my couple hundred user account management entries. Well, I stand by Special login. This is actually a perfect example. While I scroll through here and try to find something meaningful to suggest to you how hard it is to find something meaningful, I can't find anything meaningful. I think my my hope was to find all the denied auths, and now I can't remember if I snapshotted since I did the password spray. So pretend, if you will, that we find some 4625s or failures. How long ago was that? I mean, I didn't even do anything on this system.
Watching here, so I didn't know what it was talking
Don't make me
about.
filter. Let's see what we can find really quickly. This is an adventure. All right, fine. Make me filter. See if I care. Now I've sort of ruined the demo to a certain extent because you're not supposed to see these all stacked on top of one another, but, you know, here we go. Welcome to Event Viewer and the joys of EVTX. And really, the idea here is, so if I click on this one, this is a 4625, which is a failure. An account failed to log in. And you see a bunch of these together, and at this point in time, a singular event, we see that Zachary failed to log in. You know what? I'm highly suspect if anybody named Zach or Zachary. It's just part and parcel of my line of work. Having said that, you know, this could be totally normal. This could be totally normal. Zachary just typed in his password wrong. Big deal. Is this a high fidelity indicator? By itself, it's moderately useless. And if we continue to go through this process, I say, well, Willie also had an issue. And William. And WDAG Utility. And Wayne. You see a pattern. Walter. And Virginia. And the idea, and this is oversimplified, but the idea being that you just look at one of these, you go, well, could be totally normal. That Zach character, again. But what about Willie, Wiley, William? You begin to discern a pattern, and now you should be potentially concerned. Why is Zachary, William, Virginia, why are they all logging in from the same endpoint? And look at the date and timestamp. Dang, they are fast. Talk about 100 words per minute. Clearly, they're on Mavis Beacon expert level, and they must be really cranking them out. Context, stacking, quantity, temporal proximity. I like saying that, makes me feel smart. Temporal proximity, meaning timing. And all of a sudden, you combine those components, and you're like, aha, now I care. That is the promise of UEDA. Welcome to Logon Tracer. This is another attempt to help us with this conundrum. How can we discern abnormal? And again, what may look like a sea of abnormal in this is doing analysis of EVTX, Windows event logs. And you can see at the top here, it specifically pulls out the event IDs in question, 4624, 4625. We'll talk about some of the 4700 series. We're looking at additional account interactions and then potentially Active Directory Kerberos interactions. And it's ingesting all these and helping us to visualize a pattern. And you see here is a service account. Remember we talked about service accounts yesterday. Service accounts are often high privileged, often overlooked. Passwords don't get changed real often. Might be subject to Kerberosing attacks. Shouldn't be used by a human being. Often not interactive login. Then why on God's green earth is this service account authenticating to all of these different nodes? Bummer. This would be indicative of the beginning of a bad day, in my humble opinion. There's no such thing as false positives. All you really need to know. This makes for a fascinating discussion and often a bit of a debate. John would argue there are no false positives, and I guess based on normal conversation, I would agree with him. To me, the idea of false positive, a legitimate false positive, if you write a detection that's looking for apples, and your detection identifies an orange as an apple, to me, that's a false positive. It means that the rule is not working the way it should have. It thinks that the apple is an orange and or vice versa. Well, I think, technically speaking, I would say there are false positives, but that's not generally the way we mean. What we mean is the alert fired appropriately, but, you know, it was an active, legitimate help desk account, or a sysadmin was using PSExec. Should they have been using it? I don't know, but we don't want it in our environment, so we fired an alert and you got false positive. False positive meaning it was authorized? The point is, it wasn't a false positive if it accurately identified execution of PSExec. You get the idea. This is a challenge. False positives become a way out, a scapegoat, if you will, an excuse. Well, it's just another false positive. Tuning is the word of the day. Tuning is just a critical part of our jobs. It's not always that much fun. It's often a lot of work. The alternative is usually twofold, in my experience. First, potential opportunities, just turn off that alert. I'm sick of hearing about PSExec anyway. That's, of course, a horrible idea, terribly dangerous. In my experience, as soon as you do that, you're actually going to get popped by a threat actor who uses PSExec, and then you're going to wonder if you need to polish up your resume. The second, if you don't take that approach, often is absolute overwhelm the SOC or the security analyst or whomever is responsible for responding to alerts with false positives, with alert fatigue. Neither of those are good options. The third option, the tertiary option, the best option is tuning. We can make this better. It requires effort. It requires a fair amount of effort, a lot of work, but ultimately it is critical to our success. We're going to call out the noise. We're going to fine tune the requirements. We are going to maximize the veracity and then the actionability of our alerts. And this is solid gold. This is what we should be striving for in each of our environments. Although again, I know it's not easy. A couple more words on UEBA. To me, again, just using phraseology that makes sense to me is we're quantifying and accumulating user behavior. And so the analogy here is think of stacking cards. And if we have a stack of cards, a user logs onto a system, it's a +1. If they log off that system, it's a -1. And then we're tracking their behaviors, normalcy. You can see those two things relate to one another. Specifically, it's from the same host. We're quantifying a score, if you will, a metric of what normal is, and then using that metric, modifying it ever so slightly over time, looking for normal versus abnormal. And then if we see something like that same user who moments ago had a score of 2 or 5 or 10, they execute Bloodhound, and we do thousands of authentication requests from their endpoint in the context of their user account against Active Directory. Their score goes through the roof, and we go, whoa, 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 whoa. Their score was 10. It usually hovers between 8 and 12, and now it's 2,000. Does that sound like a high-fidelity alert? Yes, it does. Who's sick of talking about AI? Yeah, me too. That does not obviate its value, right? It's often overhyped, and it's often oversimplified, and it's often part of a sales pitch, and that's fine. That does not mean it's useless, right? Butter knife, screwdriver. What can it be used for? What can it provide value for? And this is one of those things I don't want to stare at 4,722,04624s for Bob. I would strongly prefer that some artificial intelligence, some algorithmic analysis was done by somebody other than me. Thank you very much. And so there are some components of pattern analysis that are very valuable in terms of an actual UEBA solution. And I've touched on.
So I'll just go check on my kids that they got started. I think so, because they're loud again, so I'm going to close the door. Ni kommer igång va killar? Ja, bra. So their door closed and they're playing rounds. I don't really get that game. Stick figures killing each other, trying to get to the guns first and get upgrades, and then the one who wins the most times for levels with different things. Whatever. Not my thing.
Just a couple of the facets, a couple of the attributes. There are pattern, and some artificial intelligence, some algorithmic analysis was done by somebody other than me. Thank you very much. And so there are some components of pattern analysis that are very valuable in terms of an actual UEBA solution. And I've touched on just a couple of the facets, a couple of the attributes. There are, of course, a lot more that go into how you behave. Date and time, geographical region, operating system, application, type and scope of data, etc., etc., etc. All right, we're nearing the end of
this UEBA, I'm annoyed at them feeling really like they need to make names that sound so official. Why adding an entity in there at all? And why, like, who thought this up? I don't know. Let's just continue. I just have to complain a bit.
this section, and real quick, I just want you to pull all your logs. Pull all your logs for me. Right, good luck with that. What does that even mean? As an incident responder, as a digital forensics and incident response consultant, I have to do this often from a discrete endpoint or a handful of endpoints, and just doing that is super challenging. All of your logs, are you kidding me? From endpoints to IoT to applications to cloud, man, mind-boggling. So this is important. We have to be judicious. If I have all the storage, all the time, all the compute resource, give it all to me. I want maximum visibility, but I don't have all the time, all the resource, all the storage, and neither do you. So once again, we need to be smart. We need to be judicious. We need to look for, in my humble opinion, sources of actionable intelligence. Sources of actionable intelligence. If you give me log output and ultimately I review that log and there is no decision point that then leads to action in my environment, specifically from an incident response perspective, I don't care. I want to know. I don't want to know. What about Active Directory? Oh boy, we can have a week-long class about this, of course, and still come out confused. In any case, Active Directory, the good news is that in most environments, most enterprise computing environments, Active Directory, we've learned to pay attention to Active Directory. We've learned that it might be a desired target for a threat actor. We've also learned that, of course, centralized authentication occurs on our domain controller or controllers more normally, and this is a goldmine. This can give us visibility into authentication across our environments. Imagine, if you will, if we did not have that and the only source of authentication event logging was each individual endpoint, then I'd just quit my job probably, or stop doing active incident response. So AD is critical. It is noisy. It's in some ways noisy in all the wrong ways in all the wrong places, but we'll talk a little bit more about that. It's hard. Doing it without UEBA is harder. Life is hard, but it's harder if you're stupid. Now, it's really hard to argue with. Now, this is just an important component, and it is, once again, a gold mine. Keep overusing that phraseology, but from an investigative perspective, egress and auth. Egress and auth. Where am I going to learn most about auth? Active Directory. Log and Tracer can help us with this as well, and this is just some insight into some administrative user count. I love the way that it categorizes on the right-hand column the rank of user, which user am I most interested in analyzing, types of authentication. Pretty handy tool. What I find interesting about this one, and my little note to self, or I guess more importantly, my little note to you, is if you are seeing regular utilization of administrator account, built-in administrator account, domain administrator account, and I mean the account that's named administrator, you look at this and you think, well, that's normal. We use that all the time for remote administration, interactive logins, etc. You should stop doing that. This should not look normal in your environment, and if it does, then I think you really need to work on it. Just a drill down into the rank of user and host. Again, this is guiding my investigative analysis. Where do I go from here? What looks normal? What do I need to drill down into? This is a heat map, which looks kind of cool, and I think maybe has a bit of value. This is just...
Well, let's quickly look here. So... log on tracer. So this is another image of it. I'll just type it out here because it's switching so quickly now. So administrator. There. It even got a smiley, the kind of obvious thing, but...
This is a heat map, which looks kind of cool, and I think maybe has a bit of value. This is just trying to make a graphical interface to show us, again, where should we focus our analysis. User date and time range, and then number of authentications, etc. I don't find that tremendously useful, but sort of interesting. All right, hang with me, a couple more slides, and then we'll jump into another lab.
I'll actually pause while I paste this. It feels like he was like, oh, I have slides left. Let's speed up. Yeah, so, well, I might just as well screenshot this while it's paused, sorry. Yeah, so I think that there was a link maybe to this one too.
I'll be fascinated to know, and this is a legitimate open-handed conversation for you all. User behavior analytics for free is a tough one. I see point-in-time analysis products, and that's what Deep Blue CLI will effectively do for us. I've seen some others that I like, and really what I mean by point-in-time is that we're going to use a tool like Deep Blue CLI or some others to analyze a group of EVTX files from a system or systems, and it's a point-in-time snapshot. It's not continuous monitoring and continuous alerting, and there are multiple solutions and platforms, but good free ones, if they exist, I have not encountered them, and that does not mean they don't exist, but they're a little hard to come by. And so what we find ourselves doing is drawing from tools like Deep Blue CLI. I'll mention a couple more as we progress through this process, to do some point-in-time analysis, to basically do poor man's UEBA, if you will, or point-in-time UEBA, which is still super valuable. Definitely not as valuable as an ongoing commercial UEBA analytical tool that is either fed by your SIM or feeding into your SIM and giving you some active alerting. Okay. Deep Blue CLI. All the things we're looking for effectively in UEBA, and we're going to feed it log data. We're going to bolster the log data. We'll talk about that in just a second. And then we're going to let it do the analytics for us. Instead of having to stare at it and sleuth it all out, we could legitimately, and I've done this before, against my better judgment, extracted EVTX from an endpoint, parsed it with a Zimmerman tool, cubed it to CSV or XLS,
yeah,
and then...
actually, let's slow it down, because he's speeded up, as they say. Never heard it pronounced that way. CLI for CLI. But I guess it's part of the Deep Blue CLI name. Yeah, so since I thought about speeding up, let's hop back to, and let's also make it bigger again.
And I've done this before, against my better judgment, extracted EVTX from an endpoint, parsed it with a Zimmerman tool, cubed it to see it.
1.5 is normally okay for me.
Okay, so yeah. It depends all on the person who speaks. Some YouTube videos I don't have to speed up because people talk fast, you know. But this is like a live presentation for people, and then people usually talk slower. But I think he was like, oh my god, time's almost up. I have to get through these slides, and he sped up a bit, and then we'll have to slow down. But usually I do 2.5. That's why I have a button for 2.5 there. At least. We'll see. Yeah. So it all depends on the person talking to you. And also how much notes you want to be able to have time to take. And now I've screenshotted a lot of these, so a lot of my notes are not actually notes here. It's screenshots the last bit. I haven't typed as much at the end. There's me typing a bit. I think I started, yeah, so it all depends. In part, if I don't understand the thing and want to dig into it more, like I want to look at this tool, I want all the notes I can have on this so I know as much as possible on it, but it doesn't say much details to type down. He just swapped between them kind of quickly here, and we can see, of course, obvious things. And I couldn't even read this, so now I can read it. Detecting events, especially account behavior, user creation, user added to local groups, universal groups, password guessing, multiple logon failures, one account. Yeah, so these are okay. Good things to look at. LSA dump Sam. Yeah, so things to look for. Okay. Okay, Blue Team Summit, because I had another one of the Sun's summits. Right, I should have looked at that one too. I will. Let's actually quickly hop over. Let's see if Sans does it for me to hop there. Is this the same place that I logged in before? We'll see. Nah. Yeah? Okay. Let's log in. Because I joined this other summit. Ransomware. That was at the end of May. But I think they had this other one after this, maybe. They talked about something else. So where's the just general thingy? General thingy for like summits and also free stuff, of course. I'm just looking for free stuff. So let's see, June. So there's actually the 16th, but that's not a virtual one. Let's see, live online. That was not helpful. Let's go back, and I think there's like free. Full course list. Yeah, I wanted to look at the online ones. I should have clicked this one, I guess. So let's do summit. No. Ah, well, I can look more at this later. So I'm starting to gather tabs again. So let's put this one into here. The links I got from this. And let's look at this actual link here.
SV or XLS,
I'll
and then
pause it just to see if we get a link. So let's see. I screenshotted this so we could read it better. Let's see if
gone through the
any
process of
links
sorting,
pop up.
filtering, finding all the 4624s, the 4625s, cataloging the usernames, cataloging the endpoints for auth or failed auth. It's horrifying, especially when you can use something like this that can do some automated analysis on our behalf. And as you can see from the list, lots of useful components, lots of useful analysis built in, and I don't have to do it manually. Thank you, Mr. Conrad.
The 3 hours.
As I mentioned, we're going to bolster this. The greater level of visibility and
So, by the way, we didn't search for anything. Let's actually search for Blue Team Summit. I double pressed on 2 keys at the same time. So, what year could this be? Did it say? This looks like the most recent one, right? So you can register for things that are already over. Summit and trade.
0x497616E says.
Thanks.
There is still obsidian on the screen.
So next time, if you notice this, you can click the channel point redeems. I have to click like get started there. And then there's a go to left screen, go to right screen. And it also says go to VM Kali right and go to screen THM whatever web page right on the left. So if I don't notice it, all right, I managed to close my chat. So I'll just open the doc again for chat. Let's see where it is. So there, Twitch chat. come on. Alright, it's there. So. Yeah, so we were already on the left one, so you'd have to do... So this is the right screen, and this is the left screen. For me. And I know I'm like mirrored, right? So when I'm looking... I see, it's so very odd. If you see yourself looking at in the wrong direction and not as a mirror, it's odd. So if I look at the right and I see myself looking at
I'll try
the right,
to remember.
You know? So I'm mirrored. So if I look at the right,
Fixerbot
I'm
says.
looking at...
Time to move it, move it.
Seems like
5 table push-ups redeemed.
Yeah, thanks. I need to move it a bit. Move it. I'm going to add the Move It song from Madagascar there for a bit. So some push-ups. I should do more of these so I can do real push-ups.
Nicey Opinion says. Good form.
It's actually easier to, because you hold the table like this, you know? A floor, my elbows go like odd. So I can do a few more. And I'm slipping. But that just means you have to train your tummy a
Fixerbot
bit.
says.
Time to move it, move it. 5 chair sit-ups redeemed.
Okay, let's see here. This is because the chair is not straight, so it's a bit odd. So let's see here.
Nicey Opinion says. Excelsior? 1 exclamation mark 1 exclamation mark 1 exclamation mark 11.
You have to move it, right? You should have like something for arms too. What could we have? Actually,
Fixerbot
I bought
says.
this yesterday.
Time to move it, move it. 10 squats redeemed.
So I bought this yesterday. A dollar store actually. So I thought, I'll have to think of something. What can you do to try and get more training into? Because when you sit by the computer, you tend to end up like this, right? Your arms and legs, they will go like bent forever and you will never be able to move again. Feels like that. So it's nice to move a bit, but space. Actually, I have a flea market outside, though it's raining now. But it's still outside. And I got this monitor in from there, so I have to see if it works. Because it's always useful when I'm going to set up like a lab now. To see. And it's not very sweaty now, so this is better. It's just 29.7. I do a few extra. So it starts feeling a bit in my legs.
Nicey Opinion says.
There.
Fixit 42 Descripto.
Oh, do you recognize that one? It's old Microsoft thing from long ago. So I stole their image.
0x49766616E says. I need that bot from me who will remind me to move smile smile.
Yeah, but actually I think I should reschedule these things, right? Having movie breaks regularly. Maybe we should. So if no one redeems it in 30 minutes, any of the redeems, it will like move it. That would be kind of fun. It popping up the move it. Let's, if you don't remember what it is, or have seen it. So yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry for the volume.
Good impression on the people. Smiles, everyone. Let's get it together. Is that the best you can do, Melman?
Oh, I'm not smiling.
Not
This bit. Something of this. Something of that. I'm thinking they'll add for the movie. Maybe more different things that are movie related. Yeah. But it's nice to not just sit there, to move a bit too. And I didn't find this, but I found an event that I will have to join, right? So, and I clicked this link, and then we got to that. And then we got all the events up. And these are all of them. We just want the online ones. Does it change what's up? No. So I click this and it doesn't update. Nah, let's just close that one and go back here. So I have a reminder here now to look at this. I'll actually write it down too. I'm a bit sweaty now. There's a high jumps too. So Eric, Conrad, Blue, Team Summit, and it's Sans. And they're on the last one. Wasn't there some more information? Right, it's a GitHub link. No one sent the GitHub link, so I have it in the notes. I can just type it.
Verbosity of the data that we can
So
feed
let's
to a
listen
tool like this, the
at the
better.
same time.
Sysmon for the win. We're going to talk about Sysmon. We're going to do a lab on Sysmon, then we'll talk about Sysmon some more, and then we'll circle back and talk about Sysmon some more. It's one of those things like, why would you not use this unless you have a better solution in play? And we'll talk again about what that means and how we can deploy it and the value of the data. But effectively, if I can put it this way, Sysmon makes the EVTX logs on your Windows system what we always hoped and wished they would be. I don't know why Microsoft didn't just do it that way in the first place. We can speculate. It's not useful. The value of Sysmon, man, I cannot tell you. When I roll in to do endpoint analysis, especially if there's no EDR available, no deep telemetry into the endpoint, and I find out they're running Sysmon, it's another one where I want to hug them and or send them burritos because it's just monumentally valuable. We'll see that in action shortly. I don't think I've ever actually hugged a customer in an incident response engagement. I'll get back to you. So here we are, executing the Deep Blue PowerShell script against security EVTX. And it really is just that simple. We can do that, of course, on the system in question. More than likely, we would have gathered these EVTX from some other source. We might gather security EVTX from multiple endpoints, and then we just let it rip. We let Deep Blue CLI do whatever we want or need it to do, and it does the automated analysis. And again, let's say you have no idea what a 4672 is. If you have no idea what that is, which one of these should you look at? Which one of these would you investigate, knowing nothing else? It's pretty clear, right? There are some significant outliers. And even if you don't know, we can take a look. Oh, multiple admin logins for one account. Well, that sounds fascinating. And then we might derive a little additional information from looking at Bertha.Schultz. This is all done for me, again, automatically through the scripted process, which is pretty cool, pretty straightforward, pretty lightweight. And then we might, in this particular example, we're using some inherent PowerShell functionality to further search, parse, filter the EVTX logs. This is not part of Deep Blue CLI specifically. It is leveraging some built-in win event filtering to say, let's dig into Bertha Schultz, see a date and time stamp range, again, just to do a little further analysis. Super cool. Taco, stop that. I like this. This is cool. I love something that allows me to quickly and effectively do some initial triage analysis of EVTX logs. Hayabusa. We'll talk more about that later. Huge fan. Love that solution. We're going to talk about Sigma rules in a bit, and we'll circle back and talk about Hayabusa, Chainsaw, and some other cool utilities. Same kind of idea. And this, again, my favorite phraseology of today is the temporal proximity. This particular filter stacks it in such a way that we can see some things happen in really close time sequence. That's always concerning. Faster than a human being can type. I can type really fast. My mom was a typing instructor when I was a kid. I had no choice but to type really fast. And there's no way that we can make those authentication requests or privilege changes or account changes that quickly. And so flashing red light, high fidelity investigative alert. Without further ado, let's take a look at Deep Blue CLI. Thank you. That was a long section of lecture. Thanks for sticking with me. And it's early afternoon, and you're probably all like in what you need, chocolate-covered espresso beans. Am I right?
That was like 3 seconds and
as usual.
10 seconds between. Okay. No, not 3.
At least 2 of you are awake. I appreciate that. And now the tacos are fully distracting.
They send a
Yesterday
lot
we talked about
of
tacos, and then somehow we transitioned to crackers. Have you seen the new Taco Bell thing, the tostada that's on an enormous Cheez-It? I mean, for real. I have not tried it, but I'm going to need to. Probably after this class is over, because it will probably,
it's lab time.
It'll probably hurt me. Deep Blue CLI. Let's take a look at this. Let's walk through it quickly. You'll do it on your own. We'll circle back and dig deeper together. Terminal as administrator. If that doesn't work, don't forget. You can head to start. You can launch them discreetly. We're going to do a command prompt, which I already have in place. We're going to change to the venerable tool. Oh, I'm already in the tools directory. If you're not in the tools directory, you're going to change to the venerable tools directory. Then we're going to invoke PowerShell. We're going to set execute to tab. Thank you very much. Unrestrict tab. Thank you very much. Looks good. We're poised. Then we're going to do what we just did on the last slide. It's extremely complicated, as you can see. We're going to invoke deepblue.ps1 against new user security.evtx. When you're prompted, whoops, I didn't really mean to do that. When you're prompted, you should click or enter R, mash the enter key to allow this to run, and then visualize the output with the goal of, irrespective of what you know, where would you go next? Does this look suspicious? Does this look unusual? Hint, hint, hint. Do threat actors create new user accounts potentially for persistence and or lateral movement? And really, you know what? The important answer to that question is maybe. How often do users create new users on their Windows endpoint? That really is the question, in my mind, in terms of high-fidelity actionable alerting. That should not happen very often. It should almost never happen. Hopefully your users don't even have privilege to do so, but this should stand out. New user account creation, especially in temporal proximity to some other issue, alert, or investigation, and this becomes extremely, extremely important. We've got a couple different compendiums. We've got a password guessing set of EVTX. We've got a password spray set of EVTX. Those are, of course, semantics, but we'll see slightly different attack patterns in our logs. And last but not least, and you can stare at this one for a few minutes, probably for quite a few minutes, to take a look at obfuscation and encoding that's found in EVTX. This is, if you have no other clues and indicators, this is a fascinating thing to look at for in-plane analysis in your environment to take a look at obfuscation, some of the common obfuscations. You'll probably find obfuscation, legitimate obfuscation, PowerShell in particular, in your environment. And the first time you see it, you're going to freak out until you realize it's a legitimate interaction with your EDR or something like that. So definitely worth taking a peek at. Let's do 20 minutes. That, again, should give you plenty of time to step through this lab, give you a few minutes to take a break. Then we'll circle back and talk about a few more quick topics. And we're nearing the end of the day. So hang with me. Move around a little bit, get something to eat or drink, and we're nearing the end of the day. So jump into this lab, and we'll talk to you in about 20 minutes.
So I'll just hop a bit here. Yeah, that's the lab link. Just to see if someone posts something interesting. Just images. So let's So I'm sweaty.
Welcome back from
That's
the
not
Deep Blue
good
Clee
mood,
lab.
anyway.
Let's walk through this together. As I mentioned, we're on the home stretch. You're doing great once again. And just after the 3 o'clock hour, we're going to go through this together, step through one more section, and probably end postponing our Sysmon lab until first thing tomorrow. We'll see how this goes. Lots of fun and heated debate in the chat during that lab. I wonder if any of you are actually working or you're just arguing about meat and pineapple pizza. And it doesn't really matter because either way it makes me hungry.
There was a lot of pineapple
Back to
pizza.
the subject at hand, of course. Let's
Rivalry.
step through this. We got off to a reasonable start,
Some
and
people love it,
I'm
some people
suspecting that
don't.
you immediately came to the conclusion that this is not that hard. And there was a fantastic question sort of at the outset of the lab, and that related to can I take this specific lab scenario and then utilize it in an alternate environment, maybe ultimately in a test environment and then on to a production environment, and the answer is yes, maybe, kind of. Really, our overarching goal throughout this process is to give you a tool or a set of tools with broad applicability. So you can absolutely, and you should, investigate Deep Blue Clee, for example, and its effectiveness and utility for your use case and your scenario. And it absolutely is a legitimate tool that you could and should use, potentially, depending on, again, your environment. I love the commentary that followed from that particular individual, and I apologize, I missed the name in passing. Something to do with beards and pirates, I think, maybe, but I could be confusing that with a burrito Cheez-It post. It's hard to say. Part of that commentary was, and this is wisdom, regardless of the tool, irrespective of the lab, the idea that you test it, you use it, you dig into it, you understand it. I am a huge fan of never, ever leveraging a utility, a feature, or function without at least having a comfort level of exactly what did I just do? Exactly what happens when I run this script, this PowerShell script, this utility, this tool, this function. So twofold, this lab and all the labs are saying, hey, here's a cool tool. Here's a way that you can use the tool, gain some initial experience, hopefully, as per the commentary that happened related to this question. That's the beginning of your learning adventure. You go, okay, this is cool. You file it away potentially, and then when you have a need, in this example, to do EVTX analysis, you go, oh man, I remember Patterson talked about this cool tool called Deep Blue Clee, and we did some pretty cool analysis of some EVTX logs, and then maybe you come back to your reference, your resource, dig a little deeper, understand, and then what happens, and we'll look at this as we step through this specific lab, what happens is, of course, your command syntax, your command structure, the way you use it specifically will probably be different. It will necessarily be a little different than the lab, again, with the overarching approach that the tool will be useful, that the approach will be useful, and that you just need to learn how it works a little bit and make it your own. So let's step through that with this particular tool. We've obviously acquired the tool, which you can do as well. We set our PowerShell execution policy to allow us to run the tool, which is kind of important. We navigate to where we've stored the tool. That might be different for you, right? You probably aren't going to download it and put it in the tools folder. Maybe you will. I actually use tools folder on the root of my forensic analysis systems pretty frequently, so that might be totally applicable. We're moving into PowerShell, setting restriction policy so that we can run it, and then we're running the script, which is what you would do if you were going to leverage this tool, and we're giving it the path to the event logs that we've stored. So that would be different probably for you and your environment. Often for me, when I deploy an analysis system, I have a root drive with my tools, and then I have a data drive specific to my case, and so I might create a case name, and then a subfolder for a host, and then it may be a subfolder for event logs, and I would place the event logs there, and then I would run the tool, Deep Blue Clee, keep going until I get the right one. Oh, I'm not in the right directory. I should change to the right directory. My demos work better if I do that. Deep Blue Clee PS1. New user. Yes, please. And then once again, realistically, I'm looking for the next thread to pull on, the next clue, the next investigative step. And pretty clearly I have some investigations to do on this system related to creation of a new user. Is that normal? Is it allowed? Is it authorized? Control L to clear the screen, up arrow to repeat my command. I'm just going to back out that script, and now I want to do SMB pass, tab complete. And this specifically is looking for SMB password spray. As we did a password spray earlier, this is a potentially typical attempt at privilege escalation and or lateral movement. Threat actor gains access to a box, finds themselves with access to a Windows system. They might then attempt password guessing against SMB services on another system to enumerate accounts to basically do like a password spray against an internal environment. Run. I know you're dying to know I like pineapple pizza, but I was born and raised in California, so that may be a corollary. Come on now. Any minute now. I need to quantify the time required to instantiate an anecdotal input or a corollary story it's awkward to stand here watching the cursor and have nothing happen. And you know, a few seconds is fine. A couple minutes, not so much. There we go. I spoke at B-Sides recently, and they had technical difficulties, and I was the first speaker, and I was on stage, and there were a couple of people in the room, and they handed me the mic, and then they go, okay, we can't get your slide working, we can't get your display working, so just stall. And of course, your mind goes completely blank in that moment. I tried to think of a joke or a poem or anything, and I just stared at the audience. It was not one of my best moments. So we'll keep going through this process. Control L, up arrow, backspace, move on to our next, and obviously all we're doing is we're not changing the script parameters, right? We're just running deepoo PS1 repeatedly. All we're doing is providing it a different set of event logs. And these are categorical event logs because we know that they represent a certain attack, but really all that we're doing is pointing this tool and then seeing if it can detect this type of attack in a series of event logs. So that's all. There's no magic here, so to speak, other than acquiring EVTX. And in real life, of course, you would gather this from an endpoint that you're trying to investigate or something like that. And once again, it seems that if you see Josh Wright's account in your environment, you should definitely be worried. You should definitely investigate, in case you weren't aware. Control L, last but not least, let's do the obfuscation. PowerShell invoke obfuscation run. This is fascinating. We spent a lot of time on this. We're not going to at the moment because this is one of those, again, never-ending sagas. How do you approach this? We can spend hours deep diving into each of these, and we can talk about CyberChef. And if you're not familiar with CyberChef, you should probably dig into that. This is just, again, a way to find abnormal in a compendium of EVTX logs. Sometimes, all obfuscation, all encoding for PowerShell is not evil. Base64, I pick on EDR because Sentinel-1 in particular will actually execute endpoint actions through Base64 encoded PowerShell scripts. The first time you see that in the midst of active incident investigation, I should say the first time I saw that, oh my gosh, Base64 encoded PowerShell, it's got to be evil. And turns out, no, not so much. So this is another thing that's fantastic to do. Any of these are fantastic to do as baselines. As you learn about this tool, as you use it in a test environment, transition potentially after that vetting and internal approvals and whatever is required in your environment, transition to running this against some standard endpoints, some normal, maybe even known good endpoints, to see, does this happen? Do you have encoding in PowerShell in your environment? It's a fantastic thing to learn about before an active incident.
Yes, maybe I should run them.
Concludes our foray into deep.
But
we have one more section to go, so hang with me.
I don't think that's the case here.
Need to mention Deep Whiteley. One of the coolest things about Sysmon.
Oh, right.
We'll talk about Sysmon more momentarily. One of the coolest things about Sysmon is included hashes for process creation. Hashes can be a tremendously valuable indicator, a tremendously valuable investigative tool, a fantastic IOC upon confirmation of evil to feed into your EDR, etc. And so Deep Whiteley extends the functionality of Deep Bluetooth to incorporate review and ingestion and review of hashes, and then potentially, if you want to, submitting those hash values to VirusTotal, which can be really, really useful. I find this honestly to be a really, really exceptional adjunct. Lots of ways to interact with VirusTotal. VirusTotal can be super utilitarian, once again, if you have reasonable expectations of VirusTotal. I had a more junior analyst recently take an IP address they suspected to be evil. It was 192.168.1.1. They took that address, they dropped it into VirusTotal, and they got I don't remember, it was either 1 or 2 hits that address is evil. And unfortunately, it completely confused them. They didn't understand how private IP addressing works, and if you're unfamiliar, that's okay. Don't worry about it. It was a fantastic learning experience, honestly, because that address can only be used internally. It's non-routable. I suppose it's possible it's evil in your environment, but generally speaking, it was, I guess, I hate to say it was a false positive after my previous discussion, but you get the idea. VirusTotal can be misleading, but at the same time, if you're looking for broad strokes, identify, has anybody seen these hashes, these files before, known bad, known good, can be a super useful. And you can register and get an API key for free. You can also spend a lot of money and engage in some VirusTotal enterprise plans, but you don't have to do that necessarily. So just a side note, hashes from process creation, super useful, potentially feeding those in bulk to an extent through free API integration. You got to be careful because you have limited timing and limited submissions, but there are some ways to use that for bulk analysis on an endpoint. It can be pretty illuminating. Ed needs more coffee. The call is coming from inside out. That is the perfect image. Some of you are really talented at this. I'm not, so I just watch and learn at your image acquisition relationship to our discussion. Logon tracer, searching back again, looking for anomalies. This is just a reminder again of the event ID correlation and the analysis looking for anomalous behavior. Imagine, if you will, the combination of some of these tools. Using logon tracer in conjunction with a Deep Whiteley, whatever, giving you two different potential looking glasses, analytical approaches to the same sort of data, to the Windows event log data, can be super, super helpful. Might complement one another nicely. You might start in one and lead to deeper, different analysis in another. Okay, one more section. Again, hang with me. We need to, I need to complain just a little bit. Forgive me, it's late in the day, but so be it. I already complained just a little bit, and give credit where credit is due. Audit log visibility, event visibility into a Windows system or Linux system it's not easy. I can't imagine being responsible for actually creating this sort of paradigm, this foray into what's meaningful, what's useful, and then you have to, not only have to accommodate what I would like, you have the system developers, you have the application developers, you have the auditors, the security practitioners, the IT folks, and I just need to see all the things. And as soon as we get anywhere near all the things, then most of the things have diminished value, because there's just too much to accurately ascertain or identify. And this is a list of important event IDs, and this is important. This is really important. As we step through this process, as we identify important and or useful events, it's really important that you're sure that those events are captured in your environment. Are they captured on the endpoint? Are they forwarded to your centralized logging through your SIM? Captured through your EDR? How long do you keep them? Do you keep them for 7 days, 14 days, 90 days? I'm telling you that 7 to 14 days is really, really short. Active incident response, that is not enough time. So those are things that you need to wrestle with. You need to think about. Do you need them? Yes, you need them. Do you have them? Yes or no? How long do you keep them? Sorry, those are important questions. Wrestle with this. You don't want all event logs. You don't. Back to my forays. Check out my GitHub. And I'm not trying to self-promote. I'm just saying, spend a lot of time, energy, and effort trying to figure out which artifacts matter, specifically which event IDs matter. And then I've built specific components leveraging Cape in particular, Velociraptor and Cape, to extract those from an endpoint. And it's a challenge, and it changes pretty frequently. So here's some good ones, obviously. 4624, 4634, log on, log off. Access control list changes, object access, account lockout, application of special privileges, Kerberos authentication, related events, etc. We don't need to deep dive into all those, but this is at least a starting point, an initial compendium. It depends a little bit on what you're looking for. And so that's part of why I bifurcated, again, in reference to my my rapid triage workflow and my Windows malware analysis. Those are sort of different. And so you may need to tweak this and tune this based on what it is you're trying to monitor, maintain, define. But trust me on this one, it's worth the time, energy, and effort to circle the wagons, your IT security department, and say, wait, what is important to us? Are we collecting it? Where are we collecting it? And how long are we retaining it? SIM and percentage. How much do you log? What do you log from? How do you make the determination of what to log? What percentage of your logs have an alert or signature for them? Dare I suggest what percentage of your logs have an alert or signature that are high fidelity, accurate, and provide actionable intelligence? I mean, that's the dream, right, of the SIM, single pane of glass, actionable intelligence derived from high fidelity alerts, sold. How many of you have achieved varying degrees of success? This is hard. Many of us pay for our centralized logging and analytics platform through events per second. Events per second. What does the vendor tell you should log? Well, everything. All events. Tiny conflict of interest, perhaps? That's hard. Quintessential example, and I've seen this argued many times, and I'm not sure exactly how I feel about it. It's just a good example of, do you log inbound firewall denies for your perimeter firewalls? What actionable intelligence would you derive from inbound firewall denies in your SIM? There's an argument that there are things that you can and should do, but will your organization actually take action based on inbound firewall denies? That's the conundrum. And again, that's not a discrete question and answer. It's just that's the kind of thing we have to wrestle with, and then make some logical determinations because it costs money, time, energy, effort, etc. Let's talk about a handful of logging components. Command line logging is easy. The next handful of slides, the detail is not super important, truthfully. They really just serve to illustrate that this is not easy, and it's not inherent, it's not on by default, and this is significant. Most of the most critical security vulnerabilities, the most critical security components on a Windows endpoint, from things like services to scheduled tasks to command line, are not verbosely logged. Some are not logged at all. And again, trust me on this one, this is not the kind of thing you want to find out after something bad happens. What do you mean that's not audited? What do you mean command line logging is not enabled? How often does the threat actor gain access to an endpoint in your environment and have full GUI? Possible, but 9 times out of 10, maybe 99 times out of 100, the threat actors are interacting through shell, through command line of some kind, and you don't even have visibility into that through default inherent functionality. So, sorry, tiny rant over. Here's the things you have to do. Audit process creation. This is a whole sort of overarching category of a bunch of logs you probably care about. You need to enable audit, process creation. And you need to enable command line process creation events. You'll see that you then need to make sure this is going to work. You need to make sure it is working. You need to make sure it's not overwritten by other policy. Your max log file size is tiny on almost all Windows event logs, probably inadequate. Back to the idea of, okay, are you logging it? Yes, no. Where are you logging it? Locally or for the SIM? How long are you retaining it? And if you go with defaults, sometimes these log files are rotated and overwritten every 20 minutes, 30 minutes, hour, 2 hours, and it's just completely inadequate. Once you make the change on the previous slide, you need to take a couple additional steps and go into local policy, administrative templates, enable audit process creation, enable default tracking or detailed tracking. And if you don't take the final step, those settings will be overwritten. But wait, there's more. Avoid the overriding advanced audit settings by third setting. Find your domain policy, security audit enabled, or all this is for naught. Once you get to that point, it's
like
a pretty good idea to test and make sure this works. So here's an example command, net user domain. How often does a user run that command from command line? Should be.
Yeah. So taking a lot of screenshots, but also I clicked the wrong way. So let's take this one too.
Or detailed tracking. And if you don't take the final step, those settings will be overwritten. But wait, there's more. Avoid the overriding advanced audit settings by third setting. Find your domain policy, security audit enabled, or all this is for naught.
Did I do this one?
Pretty good idea to test and make sure this works. So here's an example command, net user domain. How often does a user run that command from command line? Should be pretty much never. And so if you see this output in a 4688, that's for the bottom box.
Sorry. I don't want to paste it if I know it's not the same one. Good.
Audit enabled, or all this is for this command from command line should be pretty much never. And so if you see this output in a 4688, as per the bottom box, execution of net.exe, user/domain, high fidelity, audit alert for the win. That's it. That's all you gotta do. It'll probably be fine. And really all we've accomplished is command line logging for an endpoint or multiple endpoints depending on the scope and nature of the policy. What about PowerShell? Well, dang. That's a whole other set. And a handful of steps that need to be taken, many of the same considerations for multiple components of deployment, configuration, acquisition, retention. And here we are testing that theory and seeing that we do indeed have the output in the event ID 500. Again, this is so incredibly useful. How many modern attacks use?
So, seriously, so many images here, and I don't really feel like I had the time to do more than screenshot them, so I'll do it again.
And you need to enable command line process creation events. You'll see that you then need to make sure this is going to work. You need to make sure it is working. You need to make sure it's not overwritten by other policy. Your max log file size is tiny on almost all Windows event logs, probably inadequate. Back to the idea of, okay, are you logging it? Yes, no. Where are you logging it? Locally or for the SIM? How long are you retaining it? And if you go with defaults, sometimes these log files are rotated and overwritten every 20 minutes, 30 minutes, hour, 2 hours, and it's just completely inadequate. Once you make the change on the previous slide, you need to take a couple additional steps and go into local policy, administrative templates, enable audit process creation, enable default tracking or detailed tracking. And if you don't take the final step, those settings will be overwritten. But wait, there's more. Avoid the overriding advanced audit settings by third setting. Find your domain policy, security audit enabled, or all this is for naught. Once you get to that point, it's a pretty good idea to test and make sure this works. So here's an example command, net user domain. How often does a user run that command from command line? Should be pretty much never. And so if you see this output in a 4688, as per the bottom box, execution of net.exe, user/domain, high fidelity, audit alert for the win. That's it. That's all you gotta do. It'll probably be fine. And really all we've accomplished is command line logging for an endpoint or multiple endpoints depending on the scope and nature of your policy. What about PowerShell? Well, dang. a whole other set. And a handful of steps that need to be taken, many of the same considerations for multiple components of deployment, configuration, acquisition, retention. And here we are testing that theory and seeing that we do indeed have the output in the event ID 500. Again, this is so incredibly useful. How many modern attacks use PowerShell? Approximately 99.74%. I don't know, but almost all of them of recent memory. We go back to my introductory foray and discussion of the bootloaders and lemon ducks and the spongy lizard or weasel, whatever it was I made up. All of those leverage lol bins and PowerShell. Is there any value? There's a question that came up respective to a couple slides ago. Is there any value in comparing inbound IP denied IP addresses? And I lost the rest of the question with the with the same IP having accepted traffic. And the answer to that question discreetly is yeah, there is. And I oversimplify just a little bit when I talk about not cataloging firewall denies. I love the train of thought behind that question, Rob. Bravo, because the more important point, the overarching point is if you log this thing, what are you going to do about it? And so what Rob is saying, and this is perfect, okay, if we were to log this and compare this, then we could take a potential action. And if there is no potential action, then I think the value is significantly diminished and maybe is negated. So fantastic question, fantastic train of thought. PowerShell logging, man, I want this. I want this for active incident response. You may have this visibility through some other mechanism, through EDR, etc. But I'll go further and say I need this. I really do need this to fully understand and analyze the impact of today's malware detonation on an endpoint. Okay, we're approaching 3:30. I got just a little bit more to go. I want to talk about Sysmon. I'm going to stop whining, stop ranting, stop complaining, and start going, Sysmon. Sysmon does not solve all of our problems, but it sure does help with a few. And it's the price is right. It's so much easier than what we just stepped through. So let's talk about it. We just talked about the hard way, the painful way. Let's talk about a potentially easier way. And how about we do the things we just talked about and then some by running an executable. Defining and importing a config file. We don't even really have to define and import it. We can. There are multiple exceptional examples available for free. Swift on security among them. Literally all we have to do is obtain Sysmon from Windows. Thank you very much. Decide on a configuration file. Run it. We can deploy it through automated deployment solutions. We can deploy it through group policy. We'll touch on that in just a minute. And that's it. Now, we can spend some time and energy, and we probably should, understanding exactly what the configuration file means and looks like. And we'll take just a quick peek at that because we don't want to just assume that we know, but it legitimately is this easy once we make some educated decisions on, for example, if this configuration file works for our environment. You may get a verbosity of log output through Sysmon that you don't want or need. You may miss things that are important to you in your environment, so pay attention to that. I'm oversimplifying just a little bit, but compared to the complexity of the last few slides, I don't have to work too hard at it. I hear pushback a lot. I'm still surprised at how few organizations implement this tool. And there are a couple generally main pushbacks, and one is, what? Another agent? We can't install another agent on the endpoint. We already have this one and this one and this one and this one. And these three are all requested and required by the security team. And now you want another one? And what if it consumes too many resources? And what if the output's too verbose? And we can't afford to feed it to our SIM? And these are legitimate questions. They're legitimate concerns. And that's why you go through change management, testing, review. And ultimately, I think you come out the other side saying the value proposition is pretty clear. It's pretty amazingly obvious. Even if you pare it down to some very specific components, the process creation alert, the command line logging, just a few things, the network connectivity, the DNS requests. I mean, okay, that's it. That's all I need. Not really, but those are some of my favorites. God, such a fanboy. Sysmon tattoos? Huh? I know you were thinking. Fire it up. Find a configuration file, execute it on an endpoint, and bam. Go to event viewer. Go to event viewer. Do it now. In case you're not aware of this, and I'm lazy, so if I expand application service logs, Microsoft Windows, and if I click on a heading below and I start typing Sysmon, I can jump there without having to scroll all the way down. Process create rule. This is so cool. This is so amazing. Every process that executes, I see the parent process, I see the file hash for the executable, parent command line. I mean, this is just, oh, I love you, Sysmon. This is the stuff I need. I feel like I hope nobody knows how easy this is. I go to do endpoint investigation and they want to know, how did this happen? And I go, are you using Sysmon? They're like, well, yeah. And I go, it'll take me a while, but I'll figure it out. And then a couple seconds later, I'm like, I figured it out. Worth its weight in gold. Worth twice what you pay for it. Process create. This is tremendous. This is just, why is this not inherently enabled? I don't know. But it's not. And the day you need it, man, you're glad you have it. We just saw some of the components.
So I'm just checking on my kids because I hear they're moving about. they're still playing. My youngest just went and got some water. Have to check in since it's birthday, especially. I don't want to sit here too long, you know. But as long as they're playing, I'll just continue. Let's see. I'll go back a tiny bit.
Why is this not worth its weight in gold? Worth twice what you pay for it. Process trade. This is tremendous. This is just, why is this not inherently enabled? I don't know. But it's not. And the day you need it, man, you're glad you have it. We just saw some of the components. You'll see it in the lab momentarily. Just some stuff that, you know, can you immediately visualize a malicious executable when you see one? The answer is probably not. It's not usually named malware.exe or evil.exe, although occasionally it is. If you see things like this, short file names, Apache HTTP server on my endpoint, you don't immediately have to go, I recognize that MD5 hash. Just, again, some pretty obvious indicators, cursory analysis, and if you're unsure, you can take the hash, not the MD5, take the SHA, feed it to virus total, and see what you can see. Super valuable. And if you still have doubts, this is a fantastic place to look. Why is Chrome launching an executable that's an Apache HTTP server? Something's fishy here. Something is not right. This is a reference to how you could deploy this sysmon via group policy, because again, it's fine and dandy for me to say, oh look, run the executable. You know, that's no big deal. How about run the executable on 5,000 endpoints? You need some other mechanism. Maybe you have an SCCM or rely on group policy or some other PDQ, etc. It can be done. And once again, really you're just centralizing the accessibility to the executable, you're defining a configuration file, and then deploying through whatever mechanism works in your environment. What are you doing? Okay, that's fine. Remember, the essential questions we asked moments ago. Are you capturing the log data? Number one. If yes, where are you capturing it? Where are you storing it? Just on the endpoint or someplace central? And then, of course, the third significant component is how long do you keep it? How long do you retain it? Those are important questions. If you have no other solution, art of the possible, art of the attainable, the next best, just run it locally. If you give me nothing else, I will be thrilled to find it on box. That's not ideal, but it's a heck of a lot better than inherent built-in Windows EVTX logs. You have some choices. WinLog Beat among them. This is a solution that will allow you to forward your endpoint logs to a centralized location, an elk stack, a SIM, some other kind of repository. That's something that you need to think about. And there are obviously a handful of different options. Sysmon to elk is viable, so you got to think that through. Again, if nothing else, though, I will take it from the endpoint, happily. Just a really quick foray into how do you make some sense out of this output analysis. Obviously, we looked at some fairly simplistic examples. I'm here to tell you experientially, based on recent forays and investigations into current malware strains, a lot of it's not mysterious. It's just not mysterious. If I were to show you the commands associated with bootloader, for example, you wouldn't go, I can't tell whether that's legitimate or not. You'd be like, oh my gosh, evil. It darn near called evil.exe. Not really, but it's not that mysterious. But there are some complexities, some variations, especially when we're dealing with large volumes of data. And Stock Prime is one of a couple we'll talk about briefly, an attempt to take a compendium of artifacts, a large composite of artifacts, and then determine the techniques that are represented. So different approaches to leveraging PowerShell and different approaches to PowerShell obfuscation and or encoding. Those are changing all the time. They change as we speak. Truthfully, I mentioned Bootloader. Bootloader from today will behave slightly differently from Bootloader for day after tomorrow. That's just a malware strain in case you're wondering. And so it might change the way they encode as soon as the AV EDR vendors of the world determine some pattern in the encoding used by Bootloader yesterday. They'll tweak it, tune it. But even if they do that, and even if they evade the signature detection based on that new encoding, they're going to do some of the same things. They're going to use PowerShell. They're going to use, currently I think it's 10 command and control domains within that PowerShell statement. Up to a point, there was an XML or an RPC file component that was called from C2, and those things remain constant. They're trying to tweak and change multiple components, the attributes, if you will, but the techniques remain largely the same. And so again, Sock Prime, Sigma as well, they're trying to identify commonalities in the attributes to identify a technique, because the techniques are likely to be more static than the actual encoding mechanism or the actual command line syntax, which is pretty fascinating, kind of cool. I love this statement right here, and just stop and just assume that this is 100% accurate. Just set aside your cynicism for just a minute.
Oh, okay. I had something else selected. Oh, no. I just made it big. So I thought I want to read this, you know? Because when I watched this, I didn't. Because I didn't pause it, because it was live. So what is the Sigma thing, right? Sigma is a generic and open signature format that allows you to describe relevant log events in a straightforward manner. The rule format is very flexible, easy to write, and applicable to any type of log file. The main purpose of this project is to provide a structured form in which researchers or analysts can describe their once developed detection method and make them shareable with others. Sigma rule specification in the wiki. Repository for Sigma signatures in rules. Converted named Sigma located in converter in tools that generates search queries for different CM systems from Sigma rules. So this is a format. Okay.
Generic signature format for SIM systems. That is just a beautiful concept. Am I right? I mean, for crying out loud, what a wonderful idea. What if we could just all agree on signature and query syntax?
He just started talking like that. I'm like, I never heard of this. I don't know what this is. You know, for being getting started with security, he assumes a lot of knowledge, you know, or they do.
It would be marvelous. That would be marvelous. This is an attempt to create generic signature format that work cross-platform. And the cool thing about this is that it can be leveraged and or incorporated with other tools. I mentioned Hayabusa, and it's a tool that leverages Sigma rules to find evil, to find badness in EVTX logs. Once again, if you're interested, you can check out the Rapid Triage workshop, Rapid Triage workflow from my GitHub. I'll share that if I haven't already. Can't recall. And that leverages Hayabusa as a component of Cape to do some really cool EVTX analysis, kind of like Deep Blue Klee, with a little bit more logic and the application of Sigma rules to help you find evil. Chainsaw is another option. Yeah, I was gonna say there's a couple different kind of Hayabusas that I like. One is a Suzuki and one is a security tool. Peregrine Falcon, I think, Hayabusa. Japanese for it doesn't matter. You should check it out. It's very cool, and it leverages this sort of feature function technology to make quick work of EVTX analysis at scale. I like it.
So, I didn't get all the names there, and I was thinking maybe they send links to them. So
it's very cool, and it leverages this sort of feature function technology to make quick work of EVTX analysis at scale. I like it. Almost done, for real. Seriously, don't leave just yet.
So
what about exchange logging?
I moved the wrong direction, which is not good. I must have clicked forward instead of back.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a couple different kind of Hayabusas that I like. One is a Suzuki and one is a security tool. Peregrine Falcon, I think, Hayabusa.
Okay.
Japanese for it doesn't matter. You should check it out. It's very cool, and it leverages this sort of feature function technology to make quick work of EVTX analysis at scale. I like it. Almost done, for real. Seriously, don't leave just yet. What about exchange logging? Oh gosh, are you still using Exchange on-prem? Are you? Don't tell me. Don't put it in chat. Don't want to know. This is significant, you know, and we've sort of just scratched the surface for your logging. It's an overarching perspective. It's a methodology, if you will. Don't just assume it's on, and then if it's on or you need to turn it on, don't just assume that all the log values are equal. Give it some thought. Think about how this works out. There are lots of bad things that occur in and around Exchange. I mentioned business email compromise is a new ransomware, and at the risk of sounding trite, it's just a bit of a truism that this is so frequent. So if you don't have visibility into your email logging systems, heaven help you. Same thing holds true for M365, by the way. Make sure you are logging, auditing, retaining the things that are important to you, then do it before you have an emergency. Thank you. Obviously, we've mentioned Login Tracer multiple times. Definitely worth taking a peek at. And this is just like the ultimate succinct 6 event IDs, if you can choose no other, and obviously you can choose some others. But these are super important, and these encompass, for most enterprise environments, at least on-prem enterprise environments, these encompass the authentication events that you care about. So make sure that you have these somewhere accessible, that you're retaining them for a reasonable amount of time. And yeah, you're going to have to work at it. You're going to have to remember our favorite word of the day, which was tuning. Tuning is important. Tuning is super important. Visibility not only in individual user authentication, but then user account interactions with Active Directory a la Kerberos. Active Directory is Kerberos LDAP based, with ticketing as a normal component of service interactions. So we need to pay attention to this. This is pretty important. And we're quarter to the hour, and so I'm going to propose, because you're tired and I'm tired. Been a fruitful, productive day. Covered a lot of ground. Set the stage for the value of Sysmon. And I think, honestly, the Sysmon lab will dovetail nicely in tomorrow's introductory conversation, which is advanced endpoint protection. So we're going to, I'm going to postpone this lab till tomorrow. We're going to call it a day. We have a few minutes for some Q&A. We're going to be effectively done with today's regularly scheduled content. So if you're exhausted, tired, just can't wait for a taco burrito and pineapple pizza, then fairly well. We're going to pick up again tomorrow, noon to 4. Again, we'll start off by doing the Sysmon lab. I'll walk through it with you initially, let you jump into it straight away after a brief recap, and then we'll transition into endpoints. Because I mean, endpoints, we probably care about AV, EDR, endpoint protection, I'm thinking. So let's be done. Let's be done with lecture for today, and let me know if you have questions, you have thoughts. Circle back. I apologize. I think I might have missed a couple questions in the Discord, so don't hesitate to regurgitate those questions. And we have just a few minutes to yak. And again, if you're ready, then we'll see you tomorrow. Oh yeah, let me drop my GitHub in there. It's kind of tiny and not that exciting, but there are a couple things that I've spent a fair amount of time, energy, and effort. I created this for myself, just to be completely frank. So manage your expectations.
Yes, I don't think there's like lots of stuff in here. It's mostly like chat and saying thanks and things. Yeah, so let's actually look a bit for the things. I did put this link in there, but I also opened this up. We see a bit what it does, but I guess this is a huge script, you know? This is just one file, it's 869 lines, it's nothing we just read like this. So, sounds blue team. Let's go to the web page again. Well, we're already there. Blue team wiki. Deep Blue Sea Lie. So we came from the CLI one. Let's look at this wiki one then. Okay. So it's the site. What is blue team? Of course this could be useful, maybe. So, recent additions and upcoming blue team courses. So this is upcoming because it's in 2019. Let's check the update date of this one. 7 years ago, yeah, so I kind of thought that. So it's not updated. Might still be some good stuff in there. And this is the site we're at. Yeah, I'm thinking it's time for Skynet here. Terminator themed Linux machine. Cause day 3 is not out yet because it will start in 1 hour. So we have a bit of time. I'll keep this one. Let's actually put this one in here so I don't have lots of links up. And this one is free training for the day after tomorrow there. Yeah, is this my time zone? Yeah, your local time. Which means it's the same time as the last bit of this. So, link. You can click attend to. I don't know much about LinkedIn events. So we got to some other site. Security Institute Spaces number page. Watch real-time live streams. So this is a funny thing. It looks like it's like a Discord group. The layout looks like it's a Discord group. Feeds, you know, everything, topics. Ah, well, so I didn't like that one. I guess if I click the attend one, what happens? You are now attending Wireshark Week. Free training and assessment badge. Okay. So we can add it to my Google Calendar, which I don't want to open there. Because when I save it, so it's 2 hours. Oh, week, meaning it's to the 23rd, 21st, 14th to 21st. Yeah, and this is a Friday, because it's my brother's birthday. something to remember. And in 2 days, it's Wednesday today, though today has been a kind of odd day. No school. The first day where the kids don't have school on this day, so on Wednesday. So it's like an odd kind of day. Free Wireshark week training kickoff. Yes, of course, let's save this there. Only I already have stuff. I have getting started in security with, you know, the one we just watched. Which is 17. It says it's 17. No, the first day was 17. And the others are 18. I remember that. They started an hour early the first day to get everybody, you know, get started with the VM and things. Oh yeah.
Fixerbot
the last
says,
day it's the 13th, so this
YouTube
is the
message
day
from
after.
MandemSec. Good job.
Good job. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, so we just finished watching. Let's see. Nah. YouTube. And I get Madagascar. This. So, I did close it recently though. Oh, I probably hopped to something else in the tab. Did I? I don't think so. Well, anyway, we did the anti-siphon, and it'll finish today or tomorrow, and then the 14th it will be the Wireshark thing. Yeah.
YouTube message from MandemSec. Did you watch NahamCon vids?
It's not this one, I think. Do you have any special one you have a tip about? That's extra good. I probably have it in one of my I should watch this things, but I have so many things. And I usually don't watch things on stream. It's just that I wanted to catch up, and I could only do this time when I'm supposed to be streaming, so I kind of had to do it on stream this time, since it was 2 times 4 hours. I could only do it now. So it's 4 hours today too, at 18, like in 1 hour and 11 minutes. That's the next part of it. Let's open it. So let's see, maybe training. No, the live things, not this. Live online. So I'm just looking for the current thing. Let's click calendar instead. Yeah, so this is the thing. So you can still register here for this one. And we just watched the first two parts, because I saw a bit of both, the end of them, like the last 1.5 hour of them. But then you don't get how things are connected, so I wanted to see all of it to the end. So this is today in 1 hour 10 minutes, about that, something like that. Yeah. But let's look at. So was there anything special from the HamCon? We can just go do HamCon. Oh my god.
If you follow me on social media, then you...
I don't know why it's... I don't like when any page starts stuff automatically, right? Maybe it was live even. Yeah, so this is 6 hours. I didn't watch any of it. I think a tiny bit on Twitch. I think I saw more last time. But this says workshops. 2 weeks ago already. And I did a look at the start of the 5-week program thingy too. Yeah, so here he has videos of them. Yeah, I should watch these. There's so many good videos, you know, on YouTube. You can't just watch them all. It's impossible. And also the focus probably is the focus probably is like bug bounty here, right? And not that I don't want to learn that, but I'm focusing on like pen testing.
YouTube message from
red
Mandem
teaming.
Sec. To start the book, I recommend Web Application Security by Andrew Hoffman.
Yeah, I think I've seen that tip. I might have like downloaded
YouTube
it.
message from Mandem Sec. Have you read it?
No, I don't think I've listened to so many podcasts, and that's given me very much. So I haven't really read any books. I usually listen to books while I do other stuff. And that's how I usually, because I don't have time to just sit down and read a book. You can't like read a book on stream, right? And you want to do practical stuff. By the way, let's actually get started with this one, so we have any time. And as long as my kids are playing and my hub is still at work, I can continue a bit. But I'm ready to, since it's my youngest 14th birthday today. We'll see how long I will do this. Let's just start. I'll close my calendar and let's open VMware. So I feel like this one is quick. This is a part of the learning path. So it's also says 0 minutes. That's easy. So the previous one was very easy, I guess. And there's not a lot of, since I read everything, you know, that takes a lot of time. So I'm just starting my Kali VM. And hope stream doesn't die from too little memory. We can stop the Sherix. Cause I'm not watching. Well, let's actually keep it up. So Sammy, we need. That's how I switch screens. Of course, we need StreamerBot and OBS. We need Obsidian. We need the TTS. We might not need these because these are the actual. It's me copying the labs here, the lab notes. So let's actually make a shortcut there. So if I forget where it is, we know. that's cute. I forgot. Oh, start machine. My god, I should have done that first. It's starting. So right, so they say like you can follow our official walkthrough because this is a learning room in the path, so that's probably how they meant it to be. So it might not be extremely easy then, because we're supposed to like look at the walkthrough. So this is what we have. We have Miles' password for his emails. So now I'm very curious because this is a very specific. What is the hidden directory? What is the vulnerability called when you can include a remote file for malicious purposes? Oh well, let's start with the box and then the user remote flag. This is the hardest question. Probably no. So I'm thinking remote file it's probably remote file inclusion in. Yeah, should I just type it? I'm thinking like the letters have to be exactly the right letters. That's annoying.
YouTube message from Mandem remote code execution.
Yeah, and I never want any hints, you know? Never ever want any hints. And it wasn't. It's inclusion. Remote file inclusion. When you can include a remote file.
YouTube
so
message from Mandem RS for short.
Yeah, that's RTE, but this is not that. This is RFI. You know, like LFI, you can have a local file inclusion, and then you can have remote file inclusion. This kind of tells me how we'll get to this box, because this is probably the way, right? Yeah. So, let's say you have a URL on a website there, and you can include
YouTube
a
message
URL.
from Mandem the delay is insane.
Yeah, so hop over to Twitch, because it's like I think it's 15-70 seconds for YouTube.
YouTube message from Mandem Holly.
Yeah, so for Twitch it's like 2 seconds, so that's the difference. So Twitch is much better for streaming. It's crazy with YouTube. YouTube is better for watching videos and when stuff are recorded. So I'm uploading all my stuff there when it's done, you know. But I started actually streaming to YouTube to have it as a backup automatically, but then YouTube is not as good on streaming. So this stream was actually started a few hours before that it looks like from YouTube, because I had to make a new stream when OBS crashed. So it's a mess. In Twitch it'll all become one stream, because I just started streaming within a certain time period again. It will realize something crashed and just put them together for me. Yeah, so was I showing you this and not... I was pointing things out and I wasn't showing it to you. So let's go. Let's just open the web page first, because I'm kind of thinking we will need that, but we want to, of course, nmap it first. Oh, right. And also I want to make notes. So while this is going, let's make notes for it. And we'll hop over to my box notes. Make a new folder called What on earth was it called? Skynet. Skynet. And we already have this copied, but so we already got the full Nmap scan back. Let's scroll up a bit, create a new node here that's called 0 info and IP, and let's make a new node again that's called 1 Nmap, and I'm going to paste the Nmap here that we got, and we have quite a lot of information. Oh my. So sometimes when you select things and move too quickly with the cursor, it's not the correct thing. So we got quite a lot of info on this machine. So we have 22 and 80 as always, like, right? And then we have POP3, and we saw things about email, right? So we have Samba, this IMAP. This looks like an interesting thing. I don't think this will be 1 hour. And also they will start a bit before, but we'll get started looking at this one. Also, I should change the this is called Skynet. So I'm just typing a new title on the Twitch stream. And for new people, I don't want any hints at all. I want to try it myself without getting hints. So I also need to, let's see, so I'm going to change the YouTube title too, because we're not doing that anymore. We're doing Skynet. So I think it's changed. Yeah. There. So right, let's check what other information we got. Yeah, Samba, both the ports there. And then we have Skynet. Unknown. Clock skew. Okay. SMB2 security mode. So guest user, yeah. So this I will have lots of opportunities to play and learn and learn new things. So let's just do a quick. It was not a lot of information extra from just the ports, but I will like clean it up anyway here. And I'll do it slowly and in my pace here. So this is not important. The HTTP title is Skynet. And then we have the POP3. And I don't know anything about POP3, but I'm thinking let's kind of sort these out. So we have IMAP here. Logons disabled. So what does that mean? But I'm sorting the mail ones together. And then we have the SMB ones. And we know it's Linux already. And we found out the NetBIOS name is Skynet. There, that's kind of the information we have here. So I'm copying this bit to info. There. Let's go to the web page because that's the most easy to access, right? Might be nothing there. We'll see. Web. So it's port 80. Just one web page on this one. So, and this was very quick for the full port scan. So it seems to be an okay one. Alright, it's already up. Let's remove the dark reader because it was black. We can search Skynet. Should we take over the world, please? It's also a microphone icon. I don't think it works though, but it looks cute. Skynet search. Hello. Another try. This is just so I will see which is which, you know. Let's look at the source. And that was kinda short source. So since I missed once a robots.txt, I'm going to look at that. So, but just for fun, let's see, will this one say anything? It's just saying it's Apache and Ubuntu. And the search doesn't seem to go anywhere. Yeah, robots. So my nmap scan is supposed to check, but it missed it once. So I think I'll check it. This looks like kinda dead end, right? I can't imagine it was sent anywhere, right? So let's just quickly look at them. So we have the posts here. The kids knocking. Yes, love. Har ni spelat färdigt? Ja? Jag tänkte att jag håller på att jobba så länge som ni spelar. Då kanske jag ska sluta. Vi gör något roligt tillsammans. Chicken nugget burger.
Mom, for my birthday, I want to buy a game. It's called Rounds.
Har du the rounds?
I want to buy him the game.
Har du inte några rounds?
No, he does not. But I want to play with him.
Men jag trodde ni spelade rounds.
No, we were playing the stick fight game.
I'm playing many things.
Okej, men han kan låna mitt rounds.
Oh, sure.
Du behöver inte ens köpa det.
Nice.
I wanted you to get those characters and you see me.
Vad sa du?
And you see me. Also play me.
Yes, du vill att jag ska hacka spelet åt dig. Ja, vilken gubbe för. Det är säkert bara att kolla i mitt statistik. Ska du göra någonting att köra rounds? Okej, bygger det. Okej.
This game is fucking lying to me.
Yeah.
There's no way in fuck I don't have victory.
Yeah, so I think my kids finished playing, and I was just, it's his birthday, so I have to focus on the kids. But we just got started, and this one looks fun, so I will definitely continue this one tomorrow. Maybe I'll even do it before the other thing. Or maybe I'll continue streaming later tonight. Maybe. It depends on, cause he probably falls asleep at like 22. So this one looks fun. All of these open parts. We know there's mail in there too. I'm so used to boxes always having 2280, and that's like kind of boring to always have the same, right? So we didn't really do much. We just got the end map and had a hint that there will be. So we could enumerate this a lot, of course. Of course we should. That would be the next step to like do Go Buster. And then also look at the SMB. Yeah, but I'm going to have to raid for now. So let's check out if we have any InfoSec streamers on. We do. It was a long time since we had Theo on. I rated her twice, and I rated GoPro Pro several times too. So let's go for Theo. It was some time ago. So I'm going to mute this tab and make sure that he's actually doing InfoSec and not something else. Sometimes he does something else. Hi, Panda.
Panda Tongue says.
Mortem too high.
Yeah, so my kid, that's his birthday. He wanted me to, yeah, hop over there. Yeah, I think he's doing studies, right? So let's rate him. Why do I have such a low resolution? Yeah, so next time we have both on our raid GoPro, and this time it's Theo. So I'll just do the raid, and then I'll have to run to my kids because it's birthday celebration time. And my hubby will get home soon too, so we'll have to, yeah, have fun. Eat some, not cake actually, he wanted, what do you call it? In Swedish it's meringue swish. I don't know if it's something similar.
Have fun.
Probably similar in English, right? So it's meringue and ice cream and chocolate sauce and stuff. That's what he wanted. So I'm just going to type B7H30, and of course we're going to copy the URL in YouTube chat. So
I'll take a big bowl full to THX.
yeah,
Pixarbot says.
YouTube message from
really
Fixit42
yummy.
Live. Web
How
link.
when the whipped cream it freezes, and it's and the meringue it melts tiny bits, so it's like both crunchy and gooey, and that's delicious. Yeah.
Panda
it's
Tongue
so
says.
Sounds so good.
Yeah, it is. So yeah, we have a few people on the raid here. We'll hop over to him. I don't know if I had a timer. We only have the bar going there.
Bye bye.
Yeah,
Catch you later.
So bye bye and see you later. And for people on YouTube, very welcome back. And if you think the delay is bad, hop over to Twitch instead, because that's better for streaming, and then video's better on YouTube. So I'm clicking the raid button. So bye bye bye. Thanks for being here. Twitch right away. So I'm going to unmute Theo.
5 raiders from Fixit42 have